All right. All right. So, oh shit, there's a lot. It's been downtrending. So after we left the market yesterday, it dropped and then popped back up and dropped again. All right. What a weird market, isn't it? So, put this back here. There's a large zone. There's a large zone. All good. Um, what do we have for today? Today, this whole thing has been traded through. So we only have supply zones. We don't have any demand zones. Give me 1 second. So let's see. We got wicks here. It's dropped, so we can call this a zone right here. We have the low here, so we can call this a zone right there. Let's do this instead. So this could be a zone right there. If you want, we can extend this zone, make it like this. That's one. We have another zone here. Another clear zone here. Just something like this. Give me a second. Alright, back to so we have this zone here, we have this zone here, right below the red line too, so that's good. Yeah, we got this high here. You can always put this line right there. This line is right there. This is a massive zone in here, so rejections, we have a lot of places to risk from. And our final zone is up there, but I doubt the price will come up there, so that may not be used. I doubt price will come up here, but here we have a massive zone, and then that's about it. All we have left is price just dropping like a rock. And if price starts falling, we'd need to see what it does on this next red candle. But prior to that, we may get a continuation set up on the short direction. So all right, 718 right now. 723. Price is consolidating down here, so that's kind of good. But it's consolidating under this line, so let's see. In this consolidation, we had this bullish momentum here. Not much wicks to the top side, so it's not a bad consolidation. It's been dropping, so it's not rocket science that price may want to bounce. We also saw yesterday when we did our back test on one of the stocks we traded. Where is it? What's this one? Price was dropping the whole day. A little bit of consolidation and it bounced up, but it's continued dropping though. 723. The price is looking very, very bullish. We may take a trade on open, depending on how this candle closes. We may take a trade on open, risking 2 points below the low. Take a trade on open on the breakout of this consolidation though. Yeah, so I like the fact that it came back into the base, and let's see if he holds. And so if he holds, the next candle is gonna be market open, and we'll see if we'll take a breakout of all of this. Otherwise, if it's a horrible close, then maybe look into. Ow! Just hit my elbow, man. All right. Looks good. Looks good. Obviously, if we get a trade here, we're still just risking down there. Down there. And so, yeah. And so, Oh, that's 80. Leave at 160. We're looking for the price to come above all of this. Oof. I doubt that will occur though, but that's what we're looking for. If that does occur, there's always this whole area of shorting opportunity. The price was pretty bullish. The, yesterday, no, not yesterday. Price was pretty bullish the day before and the day before that. Then dropped here, pulled back up. Now it's dropped again. It's dropped hard. Dropped from this base here. See this base right there? Base right there. Look at that. Rejection on the base and just made another base and just got annihilated. Alright, we're ready to market about to open. 50 seconds. So I'll try and take a breakout, but that really depends on how this candle closes. And it's not looking good. So maybe we take a breakout to the downside, no? As a continuation of the shortened. That's a good break to the downside. Pretty good. I don't know what I was thinking about long. I should be thinking about shorting. Because this is continuation and it's continuing to the downside. So if it had actually gone up, there'll be a lot more resistance than if it's going down, which makes sense. So I should have taken a breakout to the downside, but I was prepared for a breakout to the upside, so I didn't take a breakout to the downside. Mentally, at least, I was prepared for a breakout to the upside. The downside was a makeshift right after I realized as market opened that, oh, this may be to the downside. So I'm thinking I'm probably gonna be playing some weird YouTube video at the background, probably while I'm waiting for a trade to occur. So
What did a game do? Serious. People who have survived a murder attempt by dumb luck. What's your story? Do to make you quit. Story 1. I was once playing MMOG revolving around building cities and expanding your empire. The game was called Trivia. Approximately 20,000 players were playing the game on a single server. I was playing the game as a robber with a strong alliance having my back. I controlled all of my troop movements from my capital, thus the troops ate way more food than the capital produced. On this server, I was the second or third best robber for an extended period of time, so you can imagine how big my army was. The problems with my vast army came at night. Before going to sleep, I had to adjust all the troop movements so that enough food was available for them to eat. Some troops had to arrive in 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 60 minutes, or my army would starve to death. Because I had to go to school during this time, I always had to adjust huge troop movements in the morning and before going to sleep. It was way too much work for my teenage mind, so I stopped doing it after several weeks. I asked my alliance members if I could park my troops in their cities. In the end, I attacked a huge defense force of an enemy of my alliance and never entered the game again. Story 2. When I was like 10 years old, I used to be obsessed with Final Fantasy XI to the point of addiction. I shared my account with my 16-year-old brother and far surpassed him because of the sheer amount of time I spent playing. One day, the game glitches and all of my expensive weapons and armor are totally gone. My character was just naked. I'd worked so hard I actually cried. Alas, I ended up working just as hard again and getting everything back in a couple of months. Then the same thing happened again, so I rage quit forever. Recently, I was talking to my fiancé about how I loved this game and what happened, and he said, "There's no way that's what happened. Your brother totally stole all your stuff." And I was like, no way he would have done that. So I texted him and asked. He replied, "Yes, I'm sorry, I was a bastard. It's still all on my account if you want to go back and play it." I still have yet to go back. I spent 15-ish years thinking the game had just glitched. MMOs will turn people, even trusted family members, into monsters. Trust me, I lost a fiancé to World of Warcraft. To be fair, we had been drifting apart. Would have been pretty
damn,
bad
that's
together, and I'm
crazy,
the happiest I've
bro.
ever
Just
been with an atom
imagine that
fact.
brother,
But I
bro.
still like to say
War.
WoW stole
He's
my
chosen
fiancé.
war.
Story 3. RuneScape. Approximately 10 years ago, I finally got myself all the rune armor, rune scimitar, rune shields, rune two-handed sword, money. I was decked out in my mind, and it took forever. I decided to try my hands in the war zone, or whatever the PvP area was called. Formed a group with these two dudes, went on a killing spree with them for a couple hours, and went so far in. Got some great loot, but also developed a bond with them. It was time for me to go to bed, so I said, "All right, guys, it was fun. Nice playing with you both." They said, "Wait, so you're leaving?" To which I
So I'm
replied,
taking this short. I
"Yes."
know it
And
doesn't
right
look
then
the
and there,
best.
they
Let me
both
pause
turned.
this. It doesn't look the best. It really doesn't look the best because of this candle, the way this candle rejected on the break. But I'm taking short and I'm just risking up here. If it stops me out, then that's good. We'll see what the way it behaves here. And with rejection, we'll see if we get a trade here. But there is no long opportunity for me. This is a supply zone or base for me, and so we're short and we're just risking up here. Because if we're looking at going short on the breakout, we would have gotten our short here anyway. So, and we would have still been risking up here regardless, or even two above this high. So taking the short here and doing the same thing is not too bad. Let's see how it behaves. Like I said, I see this candle is pretty bullish. I see it, but where is it bullish from? Nobody knows. So nobody knows what's down here. Maybe somebody who's trading on a higher time frame knows. But for me, I don't know. And what I do know is it's broken past this base. So let's see how it behaves really. We're short right now. Our short is right here. We're short right here. Risking right there. Our risk is how many points? 77 points. So make that 80. Whatever. So 77 is the risk. And we're looking for 2 hour. 2 hours down here. Alright, that's where we're at right now. It definitely does look kind of bullish, but you know, it is what it is. I just gotta do what I gotta do. It's not a stupid trade to go short there, but it's not the best. You know, it could have been better.
Turned on me to my horror, killed me on the spot, and stripped me of every last bit of money and newly acquired rune equipment I had. I was devastated. I turned off my computer and never returned.
Yeah, this thing's really going. Stop. Have some sympathy. Stupid. It's really going, man. Maybe I'm the stupid. Yeah, I'm the stupid one. We lost that trade. All good. It's fine. Don't stress it. Maybe I'm the stupid one. Maybe I should have, instead of going short, I should have gone long. But if I had gone short on the breakout, I would have been short, right? So that's the mentality I used. Instead of taking a new trade, I would have been short on the breakout regardless. And now that we're getting stopped out. So I think this is fine. Because that was a good breakout trade on this zone. There was no support or anything that obviously bounced. And when this kind of happened, it was quite dangerous, to be fair. It's such a bullish weak candle. Why is that happening? You know, it's the question we be asking. What's happening here? What's this? You know. So it stopped me out. Literally went straight to right to my stop out, and then like if you see it on the brokerage account, it's literally at the tip. My stop was at the tip. So obviously the way it aligns on is different to an extent, but still my stop was literally at the tip, and now it's you better not close like this, stupid. You better not close like this. When your next trade is up here, it's come and it's rejected this base here. Well, we want to see how it behaves here. Let's first of all see how it closes too, right?
To RuneScape since. Story 4. I was working on a huge redstone contraption, and I mean huge. This thing took me at least 2 months to design and make. What's the worst case of rich kid syndrome you've seen? My mom's friend used to buy new clothes each season and throw out the old ones. She had to be taught by her husband to save them for the next year. And here I am with clothes from 6+ years ago. I worked at a Starbucks and we hired a new guy who I was training. At one point I had to show him how to clean the restrooms. I grab the bleach and hand him a pair of gloves and he looks at me in disgust and says, "We don't have a maid to clean the bathrooms?" He quit the next day, LOL. Worked with this kid who was a good kid but completely disconnected from financial reality for most people. He just moved out west from another state and was trying to get on like a normal adult. He went to buy a new car and was shocked that they couldn't just bill his dad for it since they didn't know him. He ordered a bottle of wine at a restaurant and the sommelier said, "Certainly, sir." Then the sommelier whispered, "Just for your knowledge, sir, the bottle is $700. He looked straight at him and asked, "Is that a lot?" The sommelier honestly didn't know how to answer. Good kid and he got a lot better, but he just didn't know. Once he casually told his mom he needed some help with bills and she deposited $20,000 in his account. The only way a relative would ever possibly deposit $20,000 into my account is if it were an inheritance.
Let me just say that this damn shit is rude. This thing is rude. How can you just touch my stop? Couldn't you be rejecting like this before touching my stop so I'll still be in the trade and not... Bruh. That's rude. That's absolutely rude. That's just disgusting. That's appalling. Ew. Oh well, let's see what's popping here. It's rejecting pretty hard. I really like this rejection. I'm gonna take this trade again. I'm gonna take the trade again. I'm gonna go short right there. That's kind of rude. I was a little late on this show. I'm gonna go on the close of the candle, but it didn't let me. Oh, nice. Okay, so I'm short and I'm risking this high here. Just the base of the zone is what I'm risking. So we on this, so we're short down here. We're risking down here, around here. We're short down here, around here, and let's see. We're short 84 points. 84 points. 84 points. Risking right there. Short 84 points. Yep. Let's see. We need 2R all the way down here. Okay. Yeah, I had to take the short because obviously it's downtrending. This was a nasty short, nasty rejection. It would need to really show momentum for it to scare me or anything. So, or it could start grinding, but it could grind up to here and drop, but it could always just drop on this candle too. So who knows? Because it didn't even close above this consolidation, right? So who knows?
Frankly, I don't think any of my relatives likes me that much. The guy looked at my $2,000 beater car in college and commented that it must have been really cheap and guessed $15,000. A kid in high school was bragging that he got his third fender bender and history buffs. What is a piece of history that often goes overlooked despite being very interesting or funny? There was a word that American soldiers used to call medics over to them if injured World War II over in Japan. The name Tallulah was chosen due to the L sound in the name. The Japanese pronunciation of this was noticeable, not nearly as noticeable as them yelling medic, which was done by the Japanese soldiers to lure American medics over to kill them. Anyway, I wrote a poem about this history tidbit in college, and I think it will always be one of the least suckiest things I've written. During the First Sino-Japanese War, a Chinese admiral pawned one of the main guns on his flagship to a scrap dealer in order to pay off some gambling debts. This was the same war where the Empress embezzled from the army to fund her palace renovations. It's amazing they lost that one. The American... What is the most weird dare you have been given in a game of truth or dare? 16-year-old me was dared to kiss a girl on the nipple while in my truck. One other guy present. I did it and loved it. Man, that was a long time ago. To eat a girl out. I said sure. She said check back later. I didn't get it because teenage boys are the dumbest things on the planet. I had/have rather large boobs. I got dared to flash oncoming traffic when I was in high school, which I guess was doubly bad since I was underage. Okay, Kathy. I think it was to strip naked and make 3 laps around my friend's dormitory. I'm usually pretty bold and would do these kind of things, but I'd already gotten into some trouble for a similar dare, and so I declined. Seems like the similar dare is the better story to tell us. I was 10. My parents had some couple friends over for dinner. 6 adults shooting the breeze. One of the couples had an older daughter. She was 14. There were other children over too, all between the ages of 8 to 14. We played Truth or Dare, and she dared me to run into the living room, masturbating, we called it playing with yourself, yelling, yes, 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 in front of the adults. I did it, and my parents were mortified. Please tell me your name is Morty. Can't quite remember if it was a game of Truth or Dare or Spin the Bottle. It was my...
Huh? That's a daughter that did that?
14. We played Truth or Dare, and she dared me over two, all between... One of the couples had an older daughter. She was 14. There were 6 adults shooting the breeze. One of the couples had some couple friends over for dinner. 6 adults shooting the breeze. One of the couples had an older daughter. She was 14. There were other children over too, all between the ages of 8 to 14. We played Truth or Dare, and she dared me to run into the living room, masturbating, we called it playing with yourself, yelling, yes, 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 in front of the adults. I did it, and my parents were mortified.
Bro, what? 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 Yeah, if that was... Oh, I don't think the parents were friends with those family anymore. Huh? That will be horrific. That sight will be damaging. There will be so many questions. Yo, there will be so many questions. So many. The supervision on the kid would instantly triple, which it should have been prior. She's only 8. Holy damn. That's crazy, man. The 14-year-old kid too, like, if the family, if the 8-year-old parents saw that it was the influence of the 14-year-old kid, then it's like you gotta look into the family and yo, what's happening here? Why is your kid thinking such an act is comfortable? Why is she thinking it's okay to do these things? Are you guys okay? Is she okay? what's happening. Secretly look into that family, be like, hey, what's happening here? Damn, dog. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, yo, are you for real? That's kind of what you be asking. We're getting closer to our TP. Holding this trade. At this point, we're already past 70% of our. Let me just put the. Let me see. Trading stop, custom. 180 times 0.7 is what? 126. First, let's say 84 times 2 is what? 84 times 2. 168 times 0.7. 117. Alright, it's calculator. You can fall if you want. 117. Just gonna change the trading stop to 117. Oh, oh. We're already breaking one, boys. We are already break even. Yes, sir. I hope we don't just break you up. We take profit on this account. Shit is really dropping. It already dropped past here. It could really come down to here, eh? Could really drop down there. Could really come down to here or maybe here. Who knows? Maybe here even. Let's get it! Let's get it! Wait. I think I fucked up there just now. We were at 298, right? 298 times 1.5 is what? 447. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, boys and girls. We're alright. Don't stress it. Don't let it bug you. Just do what you gotta do. Nice trade. Honestly, guys, yo, you don't even understand. This first trade, if we if he had not stopped us out, oh, we would have still been in this trade, right? We would have been in here, risking up here, and would have still been taking profit down here. But yo, it's crazy. It literally came right to my stop. Like, if I show you the Just Forex page, the tip, the tip is my stop, bro. Like, it doesn't get worse than that. That's just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Horrifying. Horrendous. A science class. Alright, profit acquired for this trade. Alright, I mean, we can't sulk for too long about how this market just stole my trade, but it's fine. It is all good. I wish I didn't risk up here. I wish I risked lower so it would just take my stop. I'll be like, okay, well, I got stopped out. Maybe I should have risked up there. That's what I was saying, but I risked up there and I went literally to the tip and took my stop. Come on, that's rude. If that's not rude, I don't know what is. You know. Mm, 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 Alright, so we'll be waiting for another trade opportunity. Um, so we'll be waiting for another entry. And where would that be? Well, this just looks like it's gonna continue going down with these candles like this. It just looks like it's gonna continue going down. So it's definitely not here. We don't want to use prior zones too much. But if it pulls back up and rejects here, it's not a bad place to get a push back down and then risk up there. It's not a bad place. If it pushes back up, where could it push back up from? It could push back up from down here. So if it comes here, rejects, pulls back, rejects, pulls back, makes it larger. Maybe I'll take a trade from down here. Maybe, because the red line, that's it. Otherwise, it's a no. Damn, though. If I had not lost that trade, I'll be at $600 right now instead of $450.
Fide. Please tell me your name is Morty. Can't quite remember if it was a game of truth or dare or spin the bottle. It was my one and only time playing, though. I remember that much. Also, for a bit of context, I was extremely shy and just barely struggling to break out of my shell a bit. Also, everyone at this party had known me for years, so I was well known as the shy kid. One way or another, I was dared to kiss one of the girls there. I was internally super excited, would have been my first kiss. But as soon as I came up, a bunch of people seemingly chimed in on my behalf saying things like, "Oh, he doesn't want to do that, let him off the hook," etc. I, of course, said nothing to defend myself, and the game went on without me. It was a mildly devastating experience. Dang, dong blocked by your well-meaning friends. Was dared
Yo.
to suck my own dong. High school was weird. That happened to me in every political discussion I've ever had online. My friend dared me to strip 100% naked in front of everyone playing and give an oral presentation about why I am such a weird guy. Context: I'm a pretty weird guy. Because he didn't think I would do it. I did it. They chose to look at each other in the eyes, then to bless their vision with my pale butt form. The frick? Story time. I was involved in this one, but wasn't actually dared. My first year of college, I went to an end-of-high-school party that a friend was holding, who went to another school. My friend dared another girl at the party to sit on Big Red Gun 0114's face and tell him that you love him. My friend was a Monty Python fan. I had never met this girl before, but she seemed very friendly. The girl seemed really nervous, but agreed, so I laid down on the floor. I recall she asked me to close my eyes. She just stood over my face and quickly lowered herself until her thigh briefly touched my cheek, then said, "I love you," as fast as she could. She practically ran back to her seat. We were both fully clothed, and it wasn't like I could see up her shorts or anything, so I just figured she was really conservative. I laughed it off. Later that evening, after the game was finished, someone in the room told that same girl that she had to get naked, which she promptly did. Took off everything but her shoes in front of the whole room full of people.
Huh?
That was confusing. There was no alcohol at this party. / cool story, bro. I was dared to drink a shot glass full of my own C. I agreed to do it if the hot girl would help me fill the glass. She refused. Smooth, lol. Good try at least. I got dared to get peed on by my friends. 2 of my male friends peed on me, 1 on each leg.
Huh?
I got into the hot tub with everyone after. That's some kinky crap. Get a
Huh?
deck of cards and a bottle. 1 player spins the bottle. You shuffle the deck and deal out 1 card in front of the person the bottle chooses, and 1 card in front of yourself. Depending on what suit you each get, you put 2 parts together, if possible. Heart equals mouth/tongue. Diamonds equal hands/fingers. Clubs equals boobs for women, balls for guys. Spades equals genitals. Face cards equals butt. Things escalated very quickly. You probably want to finish the bottle before you start. It's all fun and games until it's your turn and you realize all your friends sorted out every card but the diamonds, holding hands while crying on the inside. A girl dared my good friend to follow her into the bathroom. She left and he dared me to go in his place. I did. She was disappointed. Then she made out with me to spite him. I felt used and I liked it. Win-win if you ask me. Personally, I ate a gummy bear out of someone's belly button. Happened to a random dude I know. Someone dared him to put his dong through the hole in the middle of a CD. Apparently,
Let's just say, I don't know what the hell.
history buffs.
Wait.
What is the most weird? Serious. Prostitutes, escorts, strippers, and
Wait. What's happening here? This is just rude. This is just rude. That's what's happening. It's absolutely mortifying. See what I did there? Let's go. Absolutely mortifying. Shout out to the previous episode that we're listening to. Wait, that's such a crude joke. Ew, I shouldn't have made that joke because I actually did not like that particular joke in that episode. Or not joke, that particular story in that episode. That's actually, why did I make that joke? Ugh, disgusting. Ew. 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 It's an 8-year-old kid that needs to freaking. No, that wasn't a joke. Oh no, that was a joke. The bastard made the joke. This guy made the joke. But damn, that 8-year-old kid needs some supervision, man. And the 14-year-old kid definitely needs some supervision. Hopefully, it's not too late. Hopefully. Can only hope for the best. This is ugly. Give me some rejection, man. What are you doing? Why are you so bullish? Ew. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? This is coming from down here. So bullish. Give me some rejection. This candle has no rejection, so we need about 2 candles of rejection here. We need 2. Or a very strong 1. Here you go, I'm saying. Oh, ideally we need 2. It's looking okay. Oh, okay, I see. 45 seconds left. Nice. Reject it. Reject it. Reject it. Rebuke it. Yes. Let's go. I don't know if I can take a trade here and risk all the way there though. It's a little far. So I want it to pop up a little bit and then reject and then I'll take a trade. Cause it has to be something like this. Will be the trade here. And then it has to be something like this. It's a little far, right? I mean, I can hold this trade for a very long time though. 10 seconds, 7 seconds, 5 seconds. It looks good though. I think I'm gonna take a trade. I'm gonna take a trade. I only pop up a second. I mean, they haven't pop up a second. Give me the trade. Give me. I don't know. The reason why I want to take a trade of this candle here, I'm like, it's not broken this candle, so that's good. But maybe it's just too far. Maybe I should wait. Plus just 1 rejection, but the rejection is heavy. But it's not heavy enough that it can break. But it's heavy. That's all. Oh, should I just take a trade? Take a trade. I mean, our risk is pretty nice. I know we can hold this trade for a long time. Let's wait. Let's wait. Let's not take a trade. The reason why this trade was so nice is because there was rejection on this candle. You can see the top side had a rejection. So when this was a massive rejection. So that's fine. This one has a rejection on the bottom too, and rejection on the top. But I don't know. Let's just wait. Let's wait and see what the next candle wants to do, and then wait and see what the candle after that.
Other kinds of intercourse workers, what was your first day on the job like? Terrifying. I was 21 years old and had never even stepped foot inside a strip club. I had bought a matching bra and underwear set from Marshall's along with regular heels. Big mistake. I was told to watch the dancer before me on stage, who of course was gorgeous and clearly knew what she was doing. I went up there and immediately busted my butt because of the normal-sized heels. The rest of the time was just spent holding on to the pole for dear life and hoping I wouldn't get fired for being the worst dancer they'd ever witnessed. I wasn't fired and eventually got the hang of everything, but I still cringe at how awful those first initial days were. I started as a waitress in a strip club. 3 months later, I tried dancing. My first time in the VIP, where I'd been seeing the workflow for 3 months, so I knew what to say and where to go. But my hands were shaking. The guy even asked me if I was okay. After the first hour, it was fine, but my body literally was shaking in the beginning. I didn't feel scared, though. It was a natural reaction. Stripped briefly to pay for a semester's worth of tuition and books. On my first day, a lady shouted, "Whip out your pecker!" And I couldn't help but laugh from both nerves and the fact she said pecker. After that, the rest seemed pretty easy. You know, you always hear the stories about people going into stripping to put themselves through school, but I've heard it so much it felt like some cliche from stories, not real. I guess it's a cliche for a reason. I knew what it would be like going into it. I'd been working for the agency for a few months as a driver, taking the girls to their apartments, making sure they didn't get robbed or killed. My boss mentioned that he had some interest from females wanting a male escort. I'd seen Deuce Bigalow. I figured, why the hell not? I was 18 and I cleaned up pretty nice. My first client was a woman in her late 30s. Not a supermodel, but not unattractive at all. She was in town for some...
She is looking nice. Really dropped nicely. If I took this trade here, it would be something like it's about the same risk. Doesn't make any sense to do that. If I should have taken the first one in that case, right? But this is the second rejection. This confirmation is what it is. That's what this is. It's more confirmation than anything. Ideally, I'd run a risk up there. I guess it's not a bad idea to take this trade because we've gotten our confirmation that we're so great for, right? So let's see if he pops up a second. We may just slide into these DMs. It may not be popping up. Wait, why do we even need it to pop up? You know what? Oh, I didn't take the trade. Shit! I don't even need it to pop up. I'm getting back to that old habit of wanting to get the best entry, or an entry is too far. I'm getting back to that old habit. I shouldn't care about stuff like that. But this one was a nice rejection. This one was a nice rejection. It just wasn't. It was one rejection, one, and two, it wasn't. It was, yeah, basically it was just the one rejection. We need a second rejection, which is what we got here. But now this has gone way too far past, like way too far. That's the thing. So you know what? Instead of getting in on this, I think it's way too far personally to risk up there. So we're just gonna wait for a second countdown and see. Maybe we get a doji, and we'll take that trade. If not, we'll just keep waiting for a better trade. We don't have to take all the trades, but the only I don't want to take the trade here for sure. It would have been better up here, risking up there. So let's see if we can get a doji. We've seen this rejection off of this point here, which is really good. So let's see if it can pop up and give us a doji or I don't know, some. Give us some. So our risk will be somewhere up there, yeah, about there. Oh wow, it broke through this Broke that volume, man. Oof, that's interesting. And he has weak on the bottom too. That's not good. 30 seconds left. That's a doji right there. That weak on the bottom there. Risking up there, I guess. It's not a bad idea. Let's take this trade. Maybe risk higher. Maybe risk the green line. And to be fair, it shouldn't be breaking this high if he wants to continue, right? So hmm. Yeah, I'm in short. Looking for 250 points, risking 124. Um, my risk is up here, just above this one here. My entry is right up there. Means 124, yeah, right there. So my TP will be pretty far down. Pretty far down. That's the TP. So let's see what it wants to do. So it's a good show. We got confirmation on this candle. It didn't break the candle, and so it got in short on the next candle. So it's not a bad short at all, and we're risking pretty nicely. So it may pop up here, it may even go up here, but hopefully it doesn't stop us out. And if it does stop us out, it shows rejection, we'll just take another trade risking up there. So it's fine. But ideally, it shouldn't be breaking this high. Ideally. But and I'm more confident on the short because these two candles didn't really get a continuation. So there could be a continuation coming in for these two candles. And plus there's this candle. I thought this was gonna break the high, but I didn't even do it, didn't touch it, so it didn't break it rather. So and plus I guess I could have gone because of this candle, maybe I could have now gone in short here. But the thing is, if we wait for our candles to close, and there's a reason why this could have easily gone past the candle, closed up there. I would have now been short down here, and then we're at risk of getting stopped out. Versus we waited for the candle to close and we just took a short down here because now it shouldn't be breaking these highs, right? It shouldn't be breaking this high or this high. And we didn't take this trade here because there was just the one confirmation. If it was like three candles and two out of those three candles coming into the short was rejecting, then that would have been a good short up here. However, it was just a one candle, big candle rejection. It wasn't that much rejection, but it wasn't definitely wasn't enough for me to take this short. I needed another confirmation. If there was no wick on the bottom too, it would have been more convincing. Maybe something like this candle here with very little wick on the bottom, more convincing. But there was wick on the bottom, And yeah, sure, there's rejection, but it wasn't as convincing. So with that week on the bottom, you can see it's driving buys in. But yeah, definitely may have been worth it to take that trade, but it's not my style. We want confirmation, and this was the confirmation, and then we take this trade. But now instead of risking all the way up there, we're just risking up here, all the way up here. That's it.
Auto parts convention and wanted someone to show her around. We wound up sleeping together after. I got my money and left the next morning. I did that until I moved out of state 3 years later. I was a cam girl for a little bit. First time was with my roommate. She had been doing it and I knew she was a cam girl. She was making more in one night than I was from babysitting like 4 times a week. It was really awkward at first, but my roommate was a pro and played into it. First time lesbian sort of thing. Those tokens were flying in. Despite it being awkward, it was fun and we made a lot. So I started my own account and became a cam girl. Dang, enough to make you switch right then, huh? I don't know, folks, what do you say? Time for me to make my own cam account? Wait, where are you all going? Former male stripper here. It was awesome. It was comedic, naughty, and fun. Just an absolute party. The crowd had a blast. We quintuple lap danced the Bachelorettes. It didn't pay much, but I wasn't really in it for the money. I would totally start another show if I can make it happen. I only had 2 brief uncomfortable moments that night. First, an old woman just grabbed my goodies. Second, another old woman shoved $1 so far between my cheeks that I didn't see it until after the show. I'm 21 and was an oil wrestler for a short time just last year, and I was terrified. I had no practice or was shown anything. I made $10 in tips that night, but as it went on for the next 3 weeks, I began making more. The girls were really cliquey and at times total bees. The men we entertained were disgusting low-hygiene cowboys and rude as frick. Not my scene, but nothing but respect for the women who are able to have fun in that environment. I did phone hanky-panky for a bit, and the first day was awkward. I felt like I was in a corny adult film from the 80s. There were also a surprisingly high number of men that asked which area I lived in and were weirdly insisting on knowing. I'm guessing because it was over the phone, it felt more real to them. After a couple of hours, I got into my role, and moaning like a bad actress became easier and funnier, but the first hours definitely felt awkward. I remember growing up seeing those phone services, and I just never got the appeal. Maybe it's because I just hate talking on the phone. Like, if I'm talking on the phone, I'm almost always doing a chore or pacing anxiously, which might kill the mood. Escort in a brothel. Edit. Escort is a commonly used synonym for all the other words for full-service hanky-panky worker where I'm from, making a note as there has been some confusion. Honestly, my first day was a mixed bag. The other girl I worked with was hilarious and properly took me under her wing and fed me a glass of wine before my first John to settle my nerves. I haven't drank on the job since that day, but that one drink really helped. I got tipped by one customer, assaulted by another. When I was assaulted, though, the other worker, the receptionist, and my boss all had my back and gave him a proper telling off and barred him. This was a one-off, and it hasn't happened since. I've never felt safer in any other job, and I have more control. I walked home that day with more money than I'd earned in a week in my last job. I've never looked back. I used to live in Carson City, Nevada, where legal brothels like this exist, and while I never went there, just not my thing, plus I barely made enough money to afford food, I did know someone who used to work at one, and they said the same thing. It was an extremely well-regulated environment, and most of the women there liked their jobs. I'm long retired now, but I was 21 at the time and at a loose end. New city and no job, so decided to work at a gentleman's club as a prostitute. I'd done my research and been in for an interview, so I was feeling confident and relaxed. No one else showed up on time, so I was the only girl there on the day shift and sat chatting to the receptionists. My first client was a really good-looking English Sri Lankan guy who was really sweet and equally nervous. We both couldn't believe it was the other's first time until we were both fumbling and laughing trying to put a condom on correctly. I can't remember who else I saw that day, but I do remember getting paid more than I'd earned in a week working 2 jobs. I ended up working for around 7 years and really enjoyed it. Was a stripper in my late teens. First day, I was nervous as frick. Some drunk dude walks up to the stage waving a dollar bill and said, "Slap your butt, I'll give you $1." Oddly enough, that made me somehow more comfortable with the whole thing. I actually enjoyed it and wasn't half bad. Made more money legally from 17 to 20 than any other job I had until like 2 years ago. I'm 37 now. A bit intimidating, but not really much different. If anything, I had a little better of an idea of what I was doing compared to working at Starbucks. Order up! I've got an iced coffee and a lap dance for Briam. Is there a Briam here? Did escorting for about a year. First day was relieving. I was terrified at first because I was given the rundown for what redheads to look out for. There were a lot, but I went on. Most of my clients ended up being older men who just wanted a pretty girl to be seen with and to listen to them. My first day felt more like a therapist than an escort. Awkward, because I was bad at it. I don't really know if this counts, but I'll share anyway. I'm not a hanky-panky worker, although I was paid in the somewhat recent past to work a glory hole. The glory hole was in the staff bathroom of a club not far from my student accommodation. I was told that certain guests were going to be given the option to use the staff bathroom for the glory hole, but not to expect that many people. I was paid £200 each night, and I worked 2 weekends in a row. My first night, and pretty much every night, was very scary. My expectation was that a peepee would come through the hole, I blow it until he comes, and job done. I didn't expect that I was going to have abuse shouted at me, having people look over and under the cubicle and threatened. Every night I complained to the manager, and he promised to do something about it, but nothing ever really changed. Like I said, I only worked 2 weekends because it was really scary. Hope this was somewhat relevant. I was 18 and naive. My first client chose me.
Damn, though. I don't know. I've always, not always, but I've come to think most people in the sex industry were there one way or the other, not really by wanting to be there. But here you have these stories of multiple women saying, obviously, I'm only talking about the women because I'm biased. Multiple women saying, they didn't mind working there or they enjoyed working there for the years they did. What is this shit? It's really holding down there. It's really holding down there. What was my risk again, anyways? I was risking over $100 for sure. Probably like 110 or 120. I don't know. Yeah, probably like 115 or something. This point sure really is a shorting point for a lot of people now, isn't it? Damn. That's a drop and a half. Oof. Turned black. That's a drop and another. But yeah, man, so I don't know. About the prostitution thing or the sex industry thing, whatever the case may be. What I've also heard, even with the girls that said they ended up saying they enjoyed it, it's still they went in there for the sake of making money, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I used to think that, I mean, you kind of you shouldn't disrespect. Obviously, not I used to think. I still think it's an industry. If someone's working there, you should respect it. Respect the person's choice and respect. Don't look down on someone just because they worked in the sex industry. Obviously, it would not be my choice to marry someone or to build a family with someone who worked in such an industry, but does not necessarily mean I should be disrespectful towards the industry. For me, I'm just thinking, man, I wonder if all the women that worked in such an industry had a choice to not work there and still be able to put food on their table, then would they be able to? The mothers who ended up working there to put their kids through school, would they be able to? Would they want to if they had an option, another option? And I don't know, the answer that I come up with is no, they would not want to work there. They wouldn't go off the get go. Obviously, societal reasons. I wonder though if there was no societal backlash to us for working in such an industry. I wonder if more young girls and stuff will work there. If there was no backlash, I wonder. Are there, like, I'm wondering, are there really people out there that just enjoy such work? That's what I wonder. Are there really people out there? And then if there is, why? Why do you enjoy? Why would I mean? I'm looking at it from the perspective of why would you enjoy giving your body to a bunch of random men? Um, do you enjoy the activity that much? Why? I'm looking at it from these perspectives. But I may be the one in the wrong, to be honest. Am I in the wrong to think that a lot of them don't want to be there? A lot of them, if they had another option, they would not want to be there. Am I in the wrong to think that if even if society didn't have a backlash towards such an industry, there will still be less people working there if they had another option? Am I in the wrong to think that? I don't know. All I can do is think. What if it was my daughter? My daughter will have options. So if my daughter has options, she doesn't have to do that. So if if she does do it, then why would she do it? What would be the reason? Was she manipulated to doing it? If none of the negative enforcements were there, no manipulation, no tricking, no force, she just does it of her own quote unquote free will. Why? What would have been the reason? Why? Was it something she watched when she was young? With Was it something she heard in school? Was it something she thought was cool? Is it cool? What is cool? I don't know, man. What I do know is I think I'm gonna put my stop at break even. If this thing breaks this 39.50, I'm gonna put it at break even, I think. We're in down here, right? We're in up here, so I think we're gonna put it at break even. We're probably at 50% right now. The reason why we're gonna put it at break even because the day is choppy. Damn, though, imagine we took that trade. I mean, it wasn't a bad trade. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't a bad trade, right? It's just not my trade style. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't a bad trade. It's just not my trade style. A lot of people obviously took the trade. That's why it kind of like this. This is more my trade style. This one on when it showed confirmation. That's more me. And some people will take this trade and only reach this top here too. So there is that. But if I was, this was definitely not a bad trade. It was definitely not a bad trade. And if you are taking this trade for sure now, you're break even. But since I'm in here, it's like it may definitely pop back up and then come down. But let's just say we don't give a shit. So let's go ahead and put our stuff as break even, right? Because if it pops back up and comes back, why is this open here? Anyway, if it pops back up and comes back down, then so be it. But we don't want to lose this trade anymore. We do not want to lose this trade anymore. Well, definitely a little bit over 1 hour right now. Yep, 1 hour break even. Hopefully it doesn't pop up. Just do a little consolidation. Come here. I'm in here. That's the thing. It can definitely come here. Ugh, disgusting. Can definitely come here. Like that's not even it's not even, bro, it's nothing. Coming up there will be nothing. Damn, that's rude, man. Why am I in down here? I like to be in up here. Maybe next time I'll just take this trade. Maybe I'll just take this trade. This is far. This was because it was a really nice rejection. Next time I'll just take a trade. I'll just take a trade. And if it pops up, because we're going to take the trade and we'll close our eyes, take the trade, we'll just risk up there. If it pops up and breaks the high of day, well, there's nothing we can do about that. But if it doesn't, then this will happen and now we confidently break even, right? Versus we're kind of shaky here. Because if we're break even up here and it popped up to here, consolidated, came back up, and then finally broke, we'll still be in the trade. But now it may pop up, get us out, and then continue. And then pop up and then come down, pop up again, and then continue. Like that's just sad, 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 sad. But this is definitely high that is being watched, and this is definitely high that is being watched. This one right here. So it shouldn't break this high for sure, but we're in here, so it's unfortunate, man. It really is. But this red line though, it looks like it wants to hold. And I'm just gonna keep thinking and keep asking questions, answering them in my head, finding answers, asking other people the questions. Some people that I think rationally and stuff. Asking them questions, you know, what do you think about this? That I mean, I don't really have much people to ask these questions right now, but I'm thinking about it myself, and I'm using experience and even research online to answer my questions. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing that, and I'm gonna think of the best way to build my family, because that will be the most important thing I'll do in my life once I'm done. Once I'm done, um, building the ability to provide for my family. The next step is building the family, right? If this stops me out, I hope it stops this out too. Please. If you stop me out here, just keep going so I will have no regrets. I mean, let's not have any regrets regardless. Oh good.
Me because I was new, fresh meat. He was a regular at the club. I was terrified, but went along with it. He'd made me call him daddy, and every time he pushed into me, I winced from pain. He secretly took the condom off. The man and a regular at the club. I was terrified. Chose me because I was new, somewhat relevant. Said, I only worked 2 weekends because it was really scary. Hope this was somewhat relevant. I was 18 and naive. My first client chose me because I was new, fresh meat. He was a regular at the club. I was terrified, but went along with it. He'd made me call him daddy, and every time he pushed into me, I winced from pain. He secretly took the condom off. The manager or girl who gave me an introduction tour never warned me of clients trying to take off condoms. I couldn't tell management about him since he was a regular at the club. They also never told me there was an emergency button to leave the room if I needed to. I only learned 3 years later when a client beat me. That's when I decided it was my last day. See, stuff like that is absolutely awful. I hope that regular got his dangle ripped off by a rabid dog. People like that make me absolutely sick, and I'm sorry for what you had to go through. Please like and subscribe if you made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video
Why
and
was she
have a
there?
wonderful day.
Damn, that's crazy.
First job in the industry was a naughty text operator for a dating website. I found out it was a scam. I was basically a bot and never got paid for talking to people. LOL. They owe me at least $120. I hope their site is exposed one day. Edit. First day was weird. I had to cater to a bunch of random guys. There was no training, just thrown into random chats with random guys. I basically made up nonsense to keep the convo going so they could buy more credits to make the website rich while we get nothing. I was basically the person that was like, "Don't you like talking to me? Why won't you buy more credits then?" Edit 2. Oh, I also forgot to mention, I remember feeling really weird the first day because as bots, we had access to a bunch of random women's nudes. They looked like amateur adult stars or something, but I remember being like, who are these women? It just felt wrong. Former exotic dancer of 3 years. The first night was intimidating in part because the other dancers are generally hostile toward new girls. That may have just been the case at that club, I'm not sure. But also because the job itself is so heavily stigmatized that you find yourself afraid that somebody you know will see you. That faded after a few weeks though, and it was actually a really fun job. You should always be careful not to fall into the lifestyle though. Keep work and personal lives separate. 6.9K. Dare I say, nice. Double edit. 6.9 was a 69 reference, hence the nice. Didn't mean to confuse anybody. Sorry. Dancer here. I remember being chill and excited about it. This was 20 years ago. The next few times were a little more nerve-wracking because what does an 18-year-old have to say to middle-aged men, you know? Took me a while to get comfortable. Now I'm a pro and can't wait till the clubs open again. This is what I love to hear. You're doing something you really enjoy. Good for you. Nerve-wracking. I was professional, but I was 21. It was just me and him, and he had to drive me to another location. Comfortable. Excited. Didn't mean this was 20 years ago. Sorry. Dancer here. I remember being chill and excited about it. This was 20 years ago. The next few times were a little more nerve-wracking because what does an 18-year-old have to say to middle-aged men, you know? Took me a while to get comfortable. Now I'm a pro and can't wait till the clubs open again. This is what I love to hear. You're doing something you really enjoy. Good for you. Nerve-wracking. I was professional, but I was 21. It was just me and him, and he had to drive me to another location. But he was super nice and realized real quick I was nervous, so he talked to me the whole way there. He even made jokes while we were switching positions. Fun guy. I would have kept going in that line of work, but a friend caught chlamydia, so I was out. I was a dancer in my college years. I was so nervous not because of the dancing, but because I was afraid I didn't look as good as the other girls / they wouldn't like me. It turns out they were so sweet and so diverse. One of my coworkers had 5 young kids. One of them was a PhD candidate at one of the local universities. One of them loved to bake in her spare time. Sharing small details like that about our lives made us grow together. Most of the regulars that came in were your average guys, nothing weird or creepy. Eventually, when you got to know them enough, they would talk about things that stressed them out, like their debt or their job, or, "My 13-year-old daughter is smoking, I don't know what to do." And you become more of a listener and advice giver instead of an intimate being. Gay male here. I had a pretty bad drug problem and would get money to fund it by posting on Craigslist to exchange hanky-panky for money, or drugs in a few rare instances. My first day on the job, I had actually posted just to have a casual hookup for fun, but a guy that responded wasn't my type. But he offered me money to hook up, and I pretty much said okay because I was on drugs. I was really nervous that it was a cop, but he ended up being a really nice guy. I realized I could make it a hustle and ended up having hanky-panky pretty much once a day for money like 3 years straight. Most of the guys were really normal, nice guys. I had a few scary times where the house would be nasty and roach-infested, or they'd refuse to pay me and we'd argue. It was all done through Craigslist, and I'd never seen a face pic, just body or X-rated pics. I don't think I would have accepted the initial offer if I wasn't on drugs, but as my addiction got worse, I relied on prostitution more and more and basically became a professional hanky-panky worker. I'm since off drugs for a few years, and I used to look back on prostitution as shameful, but I have accepted and grown, and it's a part of my past. It's certainly nothing to feel ashamed about. There isn't anything wrong with intimate work, but I am sorry you had to do it through Craigslist, and I'm glad there wasn't anything worse than a few scares. First time I posed for a photographer, I was very
Bro,
nervous, but
like
he didn't allow models to smoke or drink beforehand.
just listening
When
to
he asked,
all this is is making my brows frown for sure. It takes a second to stomach all of this. So hey, damn, I'm still recovering from the 18-year-old. Like, why was she there? Obviously, there's many reasons people do this kind of things, but shit, man. Hmm. Damn. Even the people that enjoy it are still like, damn, bro, I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps. Damn, damn indeed. Damn. Sometimes I just wish I could close my eyes and just not wake up, you know? Don't get it wrong. There's no self-destructive thoughts. It's just life is a game, and sometimes the game is just. There's only one fun part about this game to me, and that is just building a family. And even that is the scariest thing in the world because there's so many brutal things that could happen. Holy shit! I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about like, bro, something happened to my family, my daughters, my young sons. Holy shit! How would one even recover? There is no recovery. Don't give me bullshit about your daughter. No, it was my job to protect them. I can't even protect myself. Literally, I'm not invulnerable to stabs. I'm not invulnerable to gunshots. I'm not invulnerable to group violence. I'm not impervious to kidnapping. I do my best. I'm learning a little bit of martial arts. I'm working out. So on a one-on-one, I can either hold my ground or run. On a group violence, I can run and stuff. But what if for some reason people just target me? What if they just target me? They just maybe my children's school, some kid doesn't like them. They just target my child. And with that, I've been thinking, I'm trying to make enough money to take care of my kids for 18 years at the bare minimum and take care of them lavishly for 18 years if do feel like. So in that sense, my daughters are going to have some kind of tracking device on them, some kind of device that monitors their heartbeat, and I don't work for anybody. Uh, I'm good on time. I will keep watch. I'm watching my kids through school like a hawk. Yo, I am watching my kids through school like a hawk. And not like a stalker type of watching, whatever you want to call it. Like, not I'm gonna give them the price. I'm not gonna be There's not gonna be audio or anything. It's just heart rate and tracking. I do not want to hear any stupid stories of kidnap. Like, there's times at the certain time I'm gonna be going to pick her up, so she should be ready. If she's going to a friend's place, I'm going to that friend's place first, seeing that kid. If it's a guy, no sleepovers. If it's a girl, sure, sleepover. I'm going, bruh.
No, yo, guys, like when you really think about it, like losing a kid to violence, losing your wife to violence, that is to make a monster. Just take the only thing he has. Just take it from him. Oh, you just take it. Take it in a violent way too. Bro. And then there's me who I can't even become a monster because I have this stupid mind that keeps thinking right or wrong. So I can't knowingly do things to people that may have a larger effect. But then, man, I don't want to hear it, bro. If something happened like that to my kid, holy, holy, bro. The perpetrator, revenge is just revenge, but sometimes you just gotta do it, right? But damn, man, I don't want anything like that. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So many things were just such an unforeseen event. So many things just fall, fall apart. I don't know, man. I just hope it doesn't happen. That's all I can do. All I can do is hope. And obviously, I'm preparing drastically, but all I can really do is hope it doesn't happen. Yeah, so the red lines held rejection here, bullish momentum. It pulled back down. It didn't close, but it pulled back down and rejected nicely. So that's good. Let's see what the one looks like. It's not bad. Pull back down, rejected nicely. And now, so you could have taken a trade here, risking down there. E looking for 160. I hope this trade works. So, cause I think I'm gonna get cut off break even here, and then I hope it breaks even that one too. That's my hope. Um, everyone should just love the kids, man. Why? Never hurt kids, never hurt women. Ideally, you shouldn't even try to hurt your fellow man. Like if one man doesn't try to hurt another man, then there'll be no need to for the other man to protect himself, and in that effort, hurt the perpetrator, and everybody will just be fine, right? Know your capabilities. Why? Like, cause even if I say let's not hurt kids, obviously let's not hurt kids, let's not hurt women, then there's still the perpetrators that may try that. And now, if you hurt those guys, well, what if that man had a family that was depending on them now? Now what? Now you've added to the line of families that don't have fathers and added to the statistics of families that don't have fathers that become something that is not, it's not the best, you know? Man, it's crazy. Looks like I'm about to get stopped out. All right, gotta stop our break even on that trade. Hmm, still lost it. But yeah, so let's hope it stops this one out soon. Guess this was really a good entry for a long risking down here. Today's a choppy day. There's bullish momentum, there's bullish strength, and equally or a little bit more bearish strength. You can see this thing may even um it may stop out that other trade there. Making lower highs though. That's what we noticed. Lower highs, lower lows, but it still has quite the strength. So high here, lower low, high here, lower low, even high here, low, high, lower low, lower high, lower low. But let's see if it has the strength to break a high, and probably we'll get another rejection up from here. Our risk will be up there. Interesting. It's really rejecting here. Given the fact that it's been making lower highs, maybe we should take a trade and then we could just risk this high here. Maybe up here. So it'll be something like this. Maybe this. So that's rejection on that candle. This may be a doji, which is really good. Which is also good, not really good. So it's also good for a short. Which is basically around where I was in before, but ish. If it closes like that, we don't want it. Nope, we don't want it. With that close, whoever is in the long here, this long here would be chilling. Like, yes, sir. A will give it 160. Literally right there. Interesting. And this short here did not work, eh? Looking for 24. Barely worked. Nah, it didn't work. This short didn't work yet, at least. Still break even. Still break even.
Asked me to jack off in front of him, it took a bit to get hard. First time I shot a video, I was also really nervous, but it was a solo and I just relaxed after listening to the director tell me how to move around. When the other model showed up, it was just a laugh for a bit until he went down on me and I was focusing on the model and not the guy with the camera watching us and telling us what to do. In my early 20s, I did some escorting gigolo work. I was afraid of what type of women would be willing to pay for intercourse, and my first client was exactly what I expected. Luckily, she didn't want me to do anything to her and just wanted to give me a blowjob while I fingered her butthole. She was amazing at it, by the way. My second client that day, however, wow, she was a legit 8 out of 10. She was a taller, 20-pound heavier version of Maria Menounos. You name it, she wanted to do it. She actually ended up being a repeat customer numerous times we would get together, and when all was said and done was my best and most frequent client. She was extremely wealthy and just loved the idea of paying a man other than her husband to do the things we were doing. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Doctors, what is your most surprising?
She loved the idea of paying a man other than her husband to do the things they were doing. Question is why?
Is that truly just it? Is that it? Is that literally it? Like, I don't know. Is that it? Is that all you wanted? Is that it? Is that all there is to it? Is there really nothing more to it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So if we look at that woman's history, is there nothing in there that would point out to the reason she enjoys that? She says she enjoys it, then maybe she. I mean, it looks like she does. If you look at her husband's, look at her family life, is there no reason? Is that it? I'm just curious as to, do people really just? I need to ask a psychologist this. Are there really people who truly just um no prior reasons at all, no heredit hereditary reasons, just they enjoy promiscuity, and no hereditary reasons, no circumstantial reasons, no societal reasons. It's just that is what they enjoy. If there are such people, then it's fine. It's fine for them to do that. But for the people who were victims knowingly or unknowingly of circumstances, or parental or societal, if there are people like that, these people then n- unknowingly are doing, quote unquote, enjoying this, but that is not really what. I don't know, man. Shit, man. Understanding things is interesting. Like, what is right and what is wrong, right? What is right and what is wrong? What is right and what is wrong? I mean, with this, we see this momentum here, so we can take a short here, right? Or do we want to, we didn't want to take a short on this close, so let's wait for this close. Let's see rejection, and then we'll take a short. Our risk will be above this high, and this will be that candle there. So let's see rejection on this current candle on the close, and we'll take a short. Remember, this is probably gonna be out now. That's crazy. That's tough on whoever took a shot here. We all got destroyed. I too got destroyed. The reason why, and that's the reason why I closed break even, because it may very well come up here. Very well come up here. So, and if it doesn't show rejection, then we're not gonna take a trade. And the higher it goes, the more I can risk up there now, right? That's the thing. But yeah, shit. Taking this long here wasn't a bad idea. Oh, 80, looking for that 160. Looking for that 160. Because there was a lot of bullish momentum for sure. So even as it was coming down, you could see, and then you could see, came down bullish, boom, came down again, more bullish momentum there. More bullish momentum here. And so we could have taken this long here, risking down there.
Got a couple seconds left here. That's obviously no rejection on that. So whoever took the long is winning right now.
I can't believe I need to have this conversation with an adult story. Paramedic here was driving with my partner and patient in the back. Patient was fine. Patient's skeezy boyfriend was riding in the front with me and apparently saw a golden opportunity to ask a question that had obviously been on his mind for some time. Him. So when cats and dogs eat grass, that means they have cancer, right? Me. No, it does not. Made for an awkwardly silent ride the rest of the way. Ha ha ha, what the F? And really, why did he even assume a paramedic would know whether or not animals have cancer? Well, it looks like she's about 30 days pregnant. Congrats. How can she be pregnant? She's only around her brother. Well, actually, they don't follow the same moral code as you or I. Veterinarian. My fragile sanity wishes you had started with veterinarian. LOL. Not a doctor yet, but an ER tech for about 2 years. Mom comes in with her baby plus 2 more older kids, complains that the baby hasn't pooped in a while and won't stop crying. As I'm settling them in with one of the nurses, the baby is bawling, like opera singer lungs bawling. Suddenly, Mom whips out a plastic shopping bag and sticks an end in the kid's mouth, says, "This is the only way she stops crying." Nurse and I share a look and immediately order an emergency x-ray on the kid's stomach. Turns out she'd ingested a good amount of these bags and it was blocking up in her stomach. Big deal, potentially life-threatening. When we confront the mom about her baby feeding habits, her only words of defense are, "Well, I checked all over the bag and I couldn't find anything that said non-edible." Too long didn't read. Mom had been letting her baby teethe on plastic bags because she didn't know they weren't edible. God, hope this
Wow.
mother lost custody of her children. I don't know if I would go
Like we
quite
can
that.
blame the mom. We can blame the mom. Yes, she's an adult. Boy, you should have learned a thing or two growing up, right? But what about the mom's parents who didn't do a good job of telling a kid that plastic is not edible, or the school that she maybe went to, and if she didn't go to where, and then okay, now what if she didn't have a? Oh man, there's so many possibilities, bro. Shit, things like this are just damn, bro. Damn, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
So what I'm thinking here is, so when for next time, if I was in this trade, I should have closed. I would have. I should have closed it there. No, I would have. I probably won't have today, but I should have closed it there because we remember we said we're waiting to see how price behaved on red line. This is a very momentous candle here with a lot of volume. Went up, nicely done. So you'd have taken profit if you had taken this trade. But yeah, it went up, it pulled back, and then this candle was just, it was too good to not take that trade. You had to take that trade. You had to take that trade. So now it broke through this high here. It's broken through all the highs now. Delete this. Should move this here. Damn, this was a nice trade, eh? Damn. Oh well. I missed some. It's not showing any bearish signs yet. It's already up here. It's not showing any bearish signs. It did reject, but that's about it, really. Remember today, there's been a lot of, so as the trade goes, you need to watch what kind of volume and momentum is in. So there was good volume going up, momentum was in there. So or good momentum going up, volume wasn't there. I don't know what should we call. We should call body volume and weak momentum. Yeah, let's do that. So there was momentum going up, but not much volume. And then so we took a short, risking up there. We won that trade. We did take a short around here on the breakout, but we lost that trade. And then after this candle, we took a short and we won that trade. And then it came down. And then now there was both volume and momentum. There was volume and momentum going down, but there was also volume and momentum going back up. Came up here, we took a short, risking up there. Honestly, we should have just taken, because it didn't break this candle, right? So the short, it shouldn't break this candle. So the short should have just been risking up here, maybe 90 points instead of the whole 125. So the 90 points, looking for 180, which you get on this candle right there. That would have been nice if you took that trade. Yeah, I guess because this candle is pretty nice. The only thing we had to wait for confirmation. That was the only thing here. I don't know, but I think that's a nice trade still because of the way there's a lot of momentum going back. There's a lot of volume going down on that candle, so it wasn't a bad trade to risk. Maybe just risk above this consolidation or above this beginning of the drop here, and then get a profit target. And then once that happens, with this volume on the red line, we wait. We see the volume. We want to see a pullback and rejection again. That's what we want to see. And if we see that, then we can take that trade because now we know that there is volume in the um, on the red candle. And so once it's closed, we're taking that trade there, risking down there. So about 90, it'll give a 180 trade I've got in there. Not bad at all, not bad at all. So now we're waiting. We're in this trade here. We still have this high of rejections up there. Depending on how this candle closes, we already have rejection down here. If this candle closes, probably if it closes as black, definitely would take a trade, risking. It has a lot of right now. There's less bearish momentum or less bearish volume right now in this move up. In this move down, there was still good bullish volume. So take note of that. In the move down, there was still good bullish volume, and so when this came on, it was okay to take a trade long. In this move up, there's not much there's not much bearish volume, and it's not gone high enough to say that, oh, maybe it's time to drop. So all we can do is we should probably just wait for it to get up there and see if he will reject. Then maybe if he rejects with enough volume, then we can take a trade short. Yeah, I think that's all. I think we'll have to wait for it to get up there first, and we'll be risking above this. So up there. But if it closes black like this, then it may be okay to take a trade. Black doji may be okay to take a trade. Probably just have to risk maybe. So if it closes somewhere here, Probably have to risk this high here. Mm. I think this is a fine one. Take a trade. We risk that high. We're looking to get in short there. Right in. Risking 130. Looking for 260. So breaking the low of day. I don't think it's gonna break low of day, but let's see how it behaves. It may always just come down with come down grinding downwards, but I don't think it's gonna break low of day because it may break high of day, it may even break, maybe stop us out. That's fine. But we need to learn to be more confident. We need to be more confident with taking our trade. This is a very good trade take. Some people might even take a trade and only risk here, and that's still a very good point to take. This very good point to take. I'm just more what's it called more because if I was only risking here, I was only risking here, then it'll be something like this. I'm only risking 65 points, and 2 hours is just down, just up here. So I don't ever have to break low of day on this. But it doesn't mean to come. It doesn't mean to hit, but it has a better chance of hitting. But for me, I know that some people take it straight here, but I don't know. For me, given that we've already come this close to this high, might as well risk a little bit higher. So sometimes I risk 4 above, which will be up here. But I see these wicks here, so I'm just risking above those wicks. That's all it is. It's just all it is. I mean, if it comes up here and rejects, and then it rejects this base, then we can always take another short, risking the high of the base or risking up here, or even risking up here. Who knows? But ideally, we shouldn't get stopped out. And if we don't get stopped out, we should get to a point where we can even break even. Um, but yeah, definitely this trade should have been taken because of the red line. And now this trade is done, so this will be our next trade, going short, risking up there. Shouldn't be afraid to take any trades. Just take the trade. Let's keep listening.
That far, but holy crap, that is just. How do you not know that? I don't even know what to do with a person like that. That the 30 plus cups of coffee he was drinking every day could possibly be the cause of his chief complaints of anxiety and insomnia. He said he was not willing to give this up or try decaf. 30 plus, man, I'm such an amateur. Your heart thanks you for your amateur ways. While in dental school, my friend pulled out several bombed out, technical term, teeth on an adult male. After the procedure was finished and post-op instructions were given, the man asked, "So when should I expect my new teeth to grow in?" He was serious. My significant other is a med student. He helped to diagnose a 40-year-old woman who finally sought out a doctor after having open, festering wounds on her entire torso for over a year. The open wounds only appeared after more than a year of painful visible lumps on her breast. She had never sought treatment prior to this. Significant other had to inform her that her entire body was riddled with cancer, that there was no treatment to help her, and that she would be dead very soon. Her sister, who was there the entire time, began loudly proclaiming what a shame it was that nothing could ever have been done, and that hopefully someday we would be able to detect cancer sooner. Significant other watched the doctor explain that pretty much any other woman in the country would have gotten effective treatment at the first sign of the lumps. This was during Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The sad part is, part of this might be that the woman couldn't afford to go see the doctor. I mean, if you have lumps, don't chance it. Go in. Money can be figured out later, hopefully. I saw a patient who was concerned because she was still lactating, despite the fact that she stopped breastfeeding.
I mean, I don't know, man. Money can be figured out later. I think that's a very, I think that's an ignorant statement. So many people are not in the place to so now in the hopes of figuring out the money later, they end up doing some things that they otherwise
her
would not have
twins
done,
to
right? It's crazy, man. The way the world revolves and all these things. I don't know. Ah, shit, man. I don't know. It's crazy.
years ago. She said, "Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find my husband sucking on the breasts. He says he's trying to drain the milk for me. I had to explain to her that breastfeeding her husband will lead to continued lactation." What? That's so creepy. Don't worry, dear. I'm helping you. As a veterinarian, I had a 10-minute conversation with an owner explaining which side was the dog's left side. I worked at a vet clinic when I was in high school. One day a vet came out of an exam room and asked me how to tell whether a puppy was a girl or a boy. Thinking it was a joke or a trick question, I said, "You flip him over and look, right?" The vet sighed and walked away. Apparently, this client who fancied herself a breeder, multiple litters at this point, expensive breed, had asked dead seriously how you tell if a puppy is a boy or a girl. I had to explain to a client that just because his puppy had nipples did not mean it was a girl. Medical assistant to a cataract surgeon here. If you effing sleep in your contact lenses long enough, they will fuse to your eyes and you will need surgery to have them removed. Yes, you can go blind from this. For the love of God, don't sleep in your contact lenses. Got placed doing a rotation in the orthopedic floor of a big hospital in a rural area of Southern California. I was doing my rounds and saw a patient out of bed and walking around the floor following a knee replacement. She had a cane in her hand that she was
This stock is looking like it's prepping to pop up through the highs. Damn. Hmm. Oh well, it is what it is. It happens.
carrying like a soldier would carry a rifle. I asked what she was doing and what she thought the cane was for. She replied she thought the cane was for pushing people out of her way since she's now handicapped, and it wasn't to help her walk on her post-op knee. This is the first response that genuinely
Give me a second.
made me laugh out loud. I can just imagine some cranky old woman swatting people out of her way. I have a cranky old woman story for you. My mom worked at a nursing home as a cook. They ended up having to take away the electric wheelchair of a resident that was 107 because she kept running people over when they made her mad. She was my mom's favorite resident. What a coincidence, because she's now my favorite resident too. Get him good, Granny. Talking to the children/POAs of nursing home residents about vaccines. Most will just sign the flu shot form. Some believe it will give their 90-something grandpappy autism. Pharmacist, but comment still relates. Had a lady call in complaining that their husband's Viagra wasn't working. I then went on to explain to the patient's wife that in order for the medication to work, the patient needed some sort of stimulation. The lady just screamed aloud, "Me?" and then hung up the phone. Still my favorite Viagra story. Client brings in her dog for a tick she tried to burn off. Looking, I see it's a nipple and tell her this. She says, "But he's a boy. How can he have nipples?" I say, "Ma'am, your husband has nipples." Blank stare, then light bulb moment for her. My friend is a student doctor and is on placement at a small-town doctor's office. She had a 70-ish-year-old woman come in with complaints of a small but painless growth that was visible at the back of her throat. Turns out it took her 70 years to notice her uvula. That must be the uvula. Oh, so it's a girl house. was so not a film for kids when you look at the whole movie and its contents. There were intimate and drug references. It was pretty scary for a kids' movie, and I just felt a more teenage vibe watching it. Not a doctor, but I regularly have people come in for eye examinations because when I take my glasses off, things are blurry. Often these aren't passing comments during the exam, but the main reason for their visit to the clinic. During residency in an urban Northeast USA city, I was in clinic. A very pleasant 50s-something lady came in for a physical. Everything was going fine when she casually asks if there are any new vaccines out. She was up to date with everything, so I asked if she had any specific concerns. She was casually asking to see if she could vaccinate her gay adult son against homosexuality. Very nice. Always had a smile on her face, even when I broke the bad news to her. I'm going to recommend 50 cc's of your son not coming home for the holidays. It won't reverse your son's gayness, but it will alleviate him of its most unpleasant side effect. Patient comes to ER, 19-year-old male. I'm getting his history. Why are you here today? Every morning when I wake up, my stomach hurts. How long has it been hurting? All my life. Well, what is different today that's made you come here? My girlfriend doesn't think that it's normal.
So, we want to see this. Want to see how it behaves here because it broke through this base, right? I mean, it didn't really break through the base. It has to break through that high, but it broke through this line, right? And it made this low here. So we want to see how it behaves here because there may be a potential trade long risking down there, right? So that'll be the potential trade long. So I'm looking to make profit up here. So around 100 pips. Ideally, if it breaks and rejects and stops around there, we can take a long, risking up there, and we'll close our short because this thing's quite bullish. It's quite bullish. Look at the wicks it's creating. Just look at the wicks. Disgusting. But if it flushes and holds, then that's good for us. Well, again, with the wicks, if it flushes, a little bit of rejection, that's what we want. We want to see that. But in immediately, long, risking down there. If we lose the trade, it's all good. Don't stress it. Because it can come to this. Actually, this may be where it comes to even this high is here. This high here with the wicks, whatever. But yeah, it's looking like it wants to. It's looking like it may not even come down. We just wants to pop up through the high, reject up here, and then start coming down. If that's the case, we're already in short here. Yeah, we took a short. We're in our current trade. Let's remove this. Our current trade right now is we're in right up there. Right there. And we're risking right up there. Right there. So we're looking for 2 hours, which is just down here. And we're actually risking how many pips? We're risking 130 pips. So it should be 130. And it should technically come down to here. So technically, by this thing, we're in here, and we're looking for 2 hours down there. It is 129, so not 130, but yeah. So the wicks is crazy, nasty.
More questions, exam by ER physician, lab tests. The abdominal pain always goes away after he eats. Always. He wakes up hungry. He thinks it is pain. Not a doctor, but I'm a former Special Forces medic, and I treated indigenous populations in Iraq, Afghanistan, and several other Middle Eastern countries. Some of the patients and their families asked incredible things of me, such as putting brains back inside after an explosion took half the head off, but I have never been as incredulous as when I had to explain wrong hole to a very old tribal elder who was wondering why he couldn't father any children. Please like and subscribe if you've made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video and have a wonderful day. My mom tells it so much better, but here's a try. My mom was the head nurse at a clinic here in Houston in the 80s. She worked for an old World War II doctor that had gone into private practice, old school GP, when he returned back to the States. Well, one afternoon they told me she had a patient come in that was running a high fever and was complaining of pain in her pelvic area. Mom also tells me that there was a stench coming from the woman's lap that could only be described as enough to gag a maggot off a meat wagon. She begins to interview the patient, who told her that her and her boyfriend had been intimately active and that she had been in pain since. She thought that the woman may have contracted an STD and asked her to undress and wait for the doctor to examine her. The doctor arrives and closes the door, only to reopen it a few seconds later, mentioning about the need for fresh air. The doctor notices that there was a vaginal discharge, began to question the patient about her intimate life. Was it protected, non-protected, etc.? According to my mom, the patient told her, "No, doc, we always use a rubber." The doctor looked down, then noticed that there was a small rubber band extending from the woman's vagina. The doctor reached in with his gloved hand and pulled it out. What came next can only be described as a magician pulling the magic cloth out of someone's mouth. One rubber band after another came out over the course of the next 10 minutes. Finally, once they were all removed, the doctor had the talk with the woman about intercourse education and that rubber bands were not a successful contraceptive and not what they meant by wearing a rubber, and then wrote her a prescription for ABX. That's disgusting as hell, but I wanted to comment mostly because you used the phrase, "gag a maggot off a meat wagon," which I've never heard anyone but my dad say. Funny to see it in the wild. To be 100% serious, this is why proper intercourse education is so critically important. This is one of those things where I desperately don't want to believe it's true, but we all know it is. It is definitely true and almost certainly not the only case of this happening. I'm sad now. Not a doctor, dental hygienist. Had to explain that brushing your teeth with Comet, the cleaner, was not a good way to clean your teeth to a 40-year-old woman. Also had to tell a woman that painting her teeth with white fingernail polish was a bad idea. A 30-year-old grown man asked me if the hot spells he was experiencing at night meant he was going through menopause. Well, it's not called womanopause. I had to explain to a grown man I still work with that tampons don't break down in a woman's urine after they were finished using them. He's been married 12 years. It was not his best day. My mother helps the Amish get dental care. One Amish woman complained that she needed new dentures. When asked why she thought so, she replied, "Well, I've lost weight, and you know that when you lose weight, you lose it in your gums first." Doctors and dentists, if you're looking for a community to serve, the Amish can truly use your help. I could write a book about the things I've seen. We're waiting on that book of yours. That's actually not as ridiculous as it sounds. Many elderly people deal with weight loss due to a number of reasons. As a result, they tend to lose muscle mass in their mouth/jaw, and it often leads to dentures not fitting properly. Dentures tend to be very expensive and are usually not covered under insurance after receiving your first set. This can lead to further exacerbation of issues relating to eating and further weight loss. Kind of sad. I was a newly minted graduate with fresh and optimistic views on my life as a doctor. Second week in came this old lady and her very dysfunctional family. They would argue and complain about everything, from the food, the nurses they didn't like, and every single medical decision we made. She was very, very sick, so her management was just as complicated. She had several children, and they all didn't like one another and would not talk to one another. Each time we would have to explain a long update to every single one of them because they are entitled to hear it from a doctor. One of these stories being sitting down and explaining why you don't give Gatorade as an IV drip. They did not understand why we were giving salt water to her. Conversation with her son. Look, she likes Gatorade. She is drinking it, so why can't you give it to her through her drip? We explain why. Son frowns. But it's isotonic. We explain again. We explain again. Salt water just seems to be too cheap. Can't you give her something else closer to Gatorade that has electrolytes? Continues for 2 hours. Wash and repeat every day during her admission. Afterwards, I told my fiance. He opened up a scene from Idiocracy on YouTube, and I just sat there with my mouth open for a while. Yeah, come on, Doc. Brondo's got what sick moms crave. It's got electrolytes. While on dermatological rotation, a Middle Eastern patient saw me with what she described as some funny itching growth in her butt crack. Some quick investigation revealed it to be a severe case of genital warts. I explained the diagnosis and that it was an STD until she shockingly assured that she was still a virgin. Now, virginity is a big issue for young Muslim women, or perhaps their families even more, but apparently that doesn't cover anal intercourse, and therefore no birth control in the form of, say, condoms was needed. Edit. I thought I'd share another story, but this time with a colleague being the one acting stupidly. This was when I finally made it to neuroradiology, and in comes this mother whose maybe 3-4 months old son we would scan today because he had epileptic seizures after his birth. Apparently, the pediatricians didn't tell her about the fits nor the severe neurological birth defects they knew about for weeks, so I had to explain to her that her child had mental disabilities. That was probably the first time I flipped out on a colleague I didn't even know over the telephone, and in the heat of the moment, wanted to find this idiot and spit in his face. He was totally oblivious to how he effed up, saying there was a language barrier while this hospital employs a whole department of translators just for such cases. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. What little thing would you make illegal just because it pees you off? Designing an ad so that the X to make it go away is really just a facade to make you click on the ad. Mail addressed to neighbor or current resident. If you don't know who lives there, you shouldn't be able to spam mail me. It would save a lot of paper and gas, too. Growing a big butt bush on your corner lot house that blocks view of the intersection. Not where I thought you were going when you started out, but agree nonetheless. I thought this person was about to try to outlaw the best kind of bush. You know, Bush's beer? Ugh, no, not even for a joke. Leaving a public bathroom a mess. You know who you are. I'm currently a janitor for a public washrooms, and people are absolute effing animals. Animals! You know how people say everyone should have to work retail for 1 year? No, everyone should have to clean a public washroom for 1 week. 1 week is enough for people to get the picture, trust me. I don't understand how crap gets smeared on the back of the door kind of often, and how used tampons end up on the ground when there is a little bin for it right next to the toilet paper, or how when a toilet gets plugged, people continue to crap into it. You know what I found on Canada Day? A plugged toilet with 6 different diarrheas in there. Seriously! I've realized that people don't associate seeing janitors with the nice and clean washroom they are using. They only associate them with the moment they close the washroom to clean it. I've literally had people yell at me because I had to close a public washroom to clean it. To clean it! And while I'm in there and I put the sign up that says temporarily closed for cleaning, people will knock on the door constantly. As if to say, hey, hurry up cleaning up the crap off that wall. I have to pee on the counter and smash a glass bottle in the toilet. I just want to know how you were able to differentiate 6 different kinds of diarrhea from one another. We got that commenter asking the real questions. All canned goods of the same size can no longer have irregular shapes and must fit snugly into one another. I face / firing managers, what was your favorite firing? I had a repo man working for me who was enormous and had some anger issues. He'd stopped making his daily runs and was turning in false trip reports. I called him into my office to discuss the situation with him, and it rapidly turned into him yelling at me, including phrases like, "You're not my dad." Weird, I know. Anyway, my boss comes in to try to calm him down and told him to go home and then come back the next morning to discuss the situation. As soon as the repo man was gone, I told my boss that I was firing him if he came back. My boss told me that he'd take care of it because things would get too messy if I did it, which may have been accurate at that time. I was instructed to stay home the next morning so that the boss could talk to the repo guy. I came in at around 10:30 a.m. and there were 3 cops in our parking lot, and as I walked up to the building, our repo man was being dragged out in cuffs and cursed out one of our salespeople who just happened to be walking by. When I got inside, I found the boss's office thoroughly trashed with chairs and paperwork everywhere. I'm sure glad I wasn't there to make things messy. The repo man called another manager who was a friend of mine looking for a job the next week. I'm sure glad that I wasn't there to make things messy. Ha, that totally made the story. Well, that sounds like it could have gone a lot worse. I mean, not a lot worse, but at least he didn't get violent against people. Working as a waitress over the summer, about 16, one of the meanest girls in school, Veronica, worked there too and would often switch up our tables halfway through a shift to take my tips. Bump into me when I was carrying a lot of trays, petty things. One day the manager pulled me aside and said the owner had ordered her to fire Veronica, but she and Veronica's sister were good friends. Could I do it? That was a good day. Oh, nice. I once had to fire a woman who decided to not give a man his seizure meds and tried to frame it on another employee. So
Could she do it? Yes, sir. I am Veronica. Fuck up.
she, in fact, would get fired.
Yeah,
Firing
that's
that
crazy.
woman
What about
was amazing.
Veronica? You know,
Used to
Veronica
manage a
out here.
pizzeria.
Who knows?
Had a shift
Who knows
leader
what's happening
that
in her
told
family,
me he
you know?
needed to leave because his son went to the ER.
It's all
This was like
jokes
10
about
minutes
this
into
now.
his shift. I let him leave and closed the store.
All right, what the hell's happening here? Too many weeks. I don't think it's ever gonna come down. It's really horrible. It's really holding a lot of weeks, and it's holding these weeks right above this zone too. So doesn't look good at all. I really thought when it's gonna happen, the first black candle here, I really thought, oh, it's gonna push back down so we can get our trade. But nah, it didn't do that at all. I honestly don't like the fact that there's so many weeks in here. I'm really, at some point, I may just get out of this trade. Get out of this trade. Take the loss. I don't like this at all. Too many weeks. The strength of this, when it pulls back, is just gonna keep bouncing up. I don't like it. It needs to flush. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Maybe I should just go in out there. Freaking hell, man. Look. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I guess this candle was a warning. We got stopped up. Shit. I guess this candle was a warning. This candle right here. With the amount of wicks here, wick, and this candle form, yeah, I should have gotten out on that candle. Going out on that candle and be like, okay, let's maybe we would have even taken a trade here, risking below the wicks. 85. Just like that. Looking for 2 hour down up there. What's the time? Time is 9:50 right now. We took a short here. People that took a short, they already lost. They already got their loss here, and they probably had the opportunity to get in a trade. I reached up there. I could have gotten in for a lower loss down here, and then taking this long, to be honest. But annoying, 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 annoying. Next stop is up here by this red line now. Like there was nothing wrong. I'll take this trade even tomorrow. Take it straight, but I should have gone out. When I saw these wicks forming, these wicks are dangerous, man. Dangerous right here. I saw these wicks forming, and then this candle form like that. Get the hell out. Get the hell out and take a long, risking below the wicks. Just below the wicks. Maybe 90. Looking for 2R. Sheep. So missed here or missed here. I'm a little bit late on my decision making so far. That's what I've noticed. But for the most part, they're the correct decisions, just a little bit late. Sometimes I just want to let the trade play out. Sometimes if it's a break even, maybe I can let it play out. But this one, I was in a loss, I should have just gotten out. Okay, I think that's the mentality I should have used. If I'm in a loss, I should have just gotten out. But if I was break even, like this one that I let play out because I saw this happen, but I let it play out because I was break even. That's fine. I'm only break even. When you're in a loss, just get out. I think that's the mentality I should have used on this. How's the time? There may not even be another trade too. Sorry, 10 o'clock. Tired, man. Interesting. If this closes black with volume rejection, we're gonna take a short risking up there, just above the highs. I guess we could just risk 4 above the high. So 2, 3, 6, 3. Needs to close somewhere in here though. Maybe do 2 above this high, so 4, 3. Yeah, if it closes black or closes like this, looking like this, then yeah. However, if not, we'll be. But if we take that and then we get one of those candles that rejects, we get out of trade. We don't want to take too many risks here. 1 minute left. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. What the hell? Yes, we're in short. I need to. This thing told me what I wanted to take trade. Yes, ask for confirmation. I had to remove confirmation from my EA a long time ago. I refreshed it and it refreshed that, I guess. So we're in this trade now, looking for TP 75, looking for 150. So we're just looking for it to come down to around here. If it does come down around here, we're then looking for it to we're then looking to take another trade long. If it comes down to these wicks and rejects, we want to take a trade long. We'll probably be risking somewhere here. Let's take this out. So if we are taking this long here, we would have had to get up. Or maybe we should have even risked 4 above. 4 above is all the way there though. We risked 2 above, so we're risking all up just above here. So we're risking on this trade. It's a fine trade. I like the trade. These are good wicks for a pullback for sure. If he pulls back here around 11, gets to this point, we can definitely take a long, risking down there. Looking for a continuation. But it needs to pull back first.
Or myself. His wife came in to pick up his paycheck a few days later, and I asked if everything was okay with their son after the ER visit. She had no idea what I was talking about. Fired him 10 minutes into his next shift. Pro tip, make sure you get your significant other on board when telling your boss your kid went to the emergency room to skip out of work. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. We had a contractor at my old job, call him Jay, who was basically leaving for most of the day and working on other clients' projects on our company's time. The day he was supposed to be canned, Jay's company manager came by with an ice cream cake as a thank you for your business treat for our team. Our manager put the cake in the break room, sent out an email to draw people out of the Cube Town, and used it as a cover to confiscate Jay's laptop and escort him out of the building. Jay's manager inadvertently provided ice cream to celebrate his firing. It was delicious. There are a lot of people in this thread getting fired with names starting with J. I'm beginning to think it's all one guy. I fired this girl without the permission of my company once. Essentially, I had been told to hold on to a freelancer through the holiday push, utilizing her desire to get a full-time role to ask her to sacrifice her own Christmas to make up for all the extra work of the season, e-commerce. I was informed that we weren't going to offer her a full-time job, though, and I knew she had another full-time offer with the other company she was freelancing for. She'd been holding out to work at my company and was at risk of losing the other offer while she was waiting to see what my company would do. Of course, they hadn't told her they weren't going to hire her. They instead asked me to imply that she would get an offer with a good enough holiday push. They were going to say any amount of work she did wasn't enough to get the offer and let her lose a real offer in the meantime. I essentially pulled her into an office and told her it was in her best interest to accept the other offer and to quit on the spot. I was pulled into a room with the CEO and some others to justify why she'd quit after talking to me, but I just couldn't have it on my conscience. She took the other job, and we made it through the holiday without her. I managed my team she was freelancing for, so I absorbed most of that extra work. But I'm so glad I chased her away instead of lying to her. This is not a thread where I expect to hear a lot of heartwarming stories, but I'm glad we got this one early. Good on you for having actual morals and helping that person out. My absolute favorite was a guy my boss hired who was an absolute whiz in the shipping department. He'd find people on the golf course, talk with them while golfing, and hire them. The guy comes in, and I learn he's been hired with a quick phone call to my GM, so I get all his paperwork filled out and send it over to HR. Give him a good orientation on the company rules, break times, lunch, etc., then walk him back to shipping. Jake is my manager back there and a good guy. He's not the fastest, but he shows up every day, does an adequate job, almost never makes a mistake, and if he does, he fixes it without being a little bee. I hand off the new guy and go back to work. A little over an hour later, it's break time, and I go to see how the new guy is doing. I stop in with Jake, and he says the new guy is out back and says nothing more. I find the new guy out back smoking a bowl. He looks up at me, clearly stoned, and says, "Hey, computer dude, what's happening?" Me: "Come up front. I need to fill out some paperwork on you. I'm letting you go for violating our drug policy." "The policy I read to you about 90 minutes ago?"
Damn.
Him: "Dude, that's fricked up. I quit." Wow, must have been high while touring, too. A boss hiring someone for you who turned out to be bad for the job. Well, this seems like a fun time to tell my only firing story. I was the delivery supervisor for a bakery and was supposed to be in charge of hiring a new delivery driver for our in-town deliveries, but the owner of the company hired someone sight unseen because he was in the delivery business. Well, I get there and it's a guy in his 60s who can barely walk faster than a shuffle. Turns out his delivery experience was tossing newspapers out of his car window while driving around. The guy couldn't even carry the flats of products into the delivery van because of his bad back. He was nice, but literally just couldn't do the job. So I called the owner of the bakery, told her I was firing the guy, and that if she didn't let me hire the next person, I would quit. That was almost 10 years ago, and guess what? The guy I hired is still working there doing great. This might be the longest comment I've ever left. Yikes. Oh, by the way, I did try for like 2 days to figure out ways to accommodate the guy so he could do the job, but he was unwilling to even try half the stuff I suggested, just insisting he just wouldn't do that part of the job and would leave it for me. My boyfriend's story. He fired a lady in her 50s at Walgreens because instead of patiently going through this customer's intense coupon book, she became extremely frustrated and just told the customer to leave. So she essentially allowed a woman to walk out of Walgreens with upwards of $200, all because she was too lazy to enter her coupons. Why don't I ever get people like this when I'm out shopping? Had to fire an IT support technician because he stole an admin username and password, logged into Active Directory, and changed his job title to Ninja Computer Wizard. Also had to fire a guy because he got pee drunk one Saturday night and decided to visit the office. He badged into the building and peed on the floor. We have security cameras, and his badge identified him specifically. He had an admin login, and the worst thing he did was change his title? Count yourselves lucky. I fired my best friend in high school. He knew it was coming, though. The night before, we had been hanging out at the arcade, it was the 80s, and when we went to leave, his car wouldn't start. He was scheduled to work the next day and told me that night he wouldn't be in as he had to work on his car. Next day comes, I'm opening the restaurant, and he didn't show up. I called the manager. She said he's fired. I called him, told him he's fired. He picked me up after work, and we hung out some more. Easiest firing ever. I'm surprised by such a degree of maturity, as he didn't blame you, and someone apparently lacking sufficient maturity to make alternate transportation arrangements. Fired a guy at my work who was just way too timid. The guy avoided confrontation like the plague and just couldn't get his work done on time because of being too afraid to ask for help. Even after numerous chances to improve and being put on a performance improvement plan for 12 weeks with copious amounts of retraining, he just couldn't bring his work up to scratch. He was such a nice guy, and it really pained me to have to fire him as we knew he relied on his job. FYI, anyone that thinks firing people is fun, it's about the worst thing you can do. It sucks hard. When I delivered the news that he was fired and thanked him for his service, blah blah, he calmly stood up, put on his jacket, walked to the door, and flipped me the bird, then left. Didn't say a word. Part of me wanted to rehire him just for that. I actually have one. I work at a senior living facility. We hired a cook that was a raging alcoholic. Apparently, one night she got drunk, proceeded to call all the other cooks, and told them she's the boss and they'll all have to listen to her or they're fired. She was fired the next day. Then had the nerve to ask for her job again a month later. We hired a cook that was a raging alcoholic. But you repeat yourself. Many years ago, I fired a teenage employee for going into our address database, looking up his friends' phone numbers, and changing their name and address to something awful/juvenile. Great fun until he accidentally processed a live order for Mr. Big Disposable Douches.
So what I'm noticing here is there's no volume on the way down. There's no volume on the way down. It's coming down. There's momentum going down, but there's no volume. It's barely holding on. So definitely, if you can if you can grind down here, there's no reason for me to close my trade right now. If this candle closes like this, there's definitely no reason for me to close my trade. But there's also the risk of a momentum volume breaking this high right here, and there's definitely that risk. But just there's always that just because there's that risk doesn't mean I'm going to close the trade. It's not and if it goes up here and I'm already in a loss and it then shows bullish continuation, I may still not close the trade. I may want to close it for break even at that point, and may end up taking the loss because I'm stubborn. I want to close it for break even. But yeah, but if it goes here and rejects and still holds above my entry, that's fine. But if it goes here and it's really bullish, then it may continue. It really may continue at that point. But there's definitely no volume to the downside right now. There's no volume to the downside. Not like when there was in the beginning of the day. There was heavy volume in the beginning of the day and it just disappeared. It's like after this candle, volume on the downside just disappeared. It's like they poured water on the fire. Just quenched. Next volume, barely anything. Look, that's all the volume got into the downside so far. All the rest is bullish momentum. So, but that doesn't mean that this is not a good trade. It's still a good trade. It's just with the way the down move is going right now, any pullback may be bottom. So it may pull back, but it may not come here. It may stop here. And if that's the case, then we'll have to risk down there because there's a low right here, right? So we'll just risk down here, and we'll get out of our short because this is a low right here, so we can risk down here. But if it comes breaking this low, then we can risk down here. That's the way it's gonna work. So right now our first risk is down below the wicks. That's our first risk, and depending on how the price behaves, then our next risk is down here. And then if it comes here, comes to these highs and shows good momentum after breaking this and breaking this wick, if it shows good momentum and it comes here, then we can actually risk down here or down here. But that's about the max we can risk. So we have 3 points to take a trade here. 1, 2, 3. 3 different risk points. On this one, when it was coming down, we had this point, we took that trade. Then on this, we have this point, but we'd already be in a trade. And then on this, what else? And then when this happened, then we have this point, risk taking a trade. But because it's close, you have to risk a little bit lower. You have to risk maybe 4 below or 2 below. So 4 below, you get your trade, get out around here, and then that's it. So right now we're in this short. There was definitely this short too, but yeah, because we can break even, we can just leave it at break even or even close the trade. Yeah, I definitely should have closed the trade here, but it happens. I'm hungry as hell, but I still gotta freaking do my push-ups, sit-ups, squats, 100, and then I'm gonna start doing bear crawl. Bear crawl. I have a large apartment, so I can do my bear crawl around the apartment. Seems fun. It's hard. I tried it yesterday. Bear crawl is kind of hard. It's definitely uncomfortable, and you get you're in pain very quickly. Your muscles are burning very very quickly. Your thighs, your calves, your back. It's a full body workout, that's for sure. No one of those damn beers after walking like that for all their life, see muscles. They don't need to work out. They're out here just nasty, and they run like that too. All these four-legged animals. No wonder they're strong. It's the workout right there. They're literally walking is working out. Us with 2 legs, we're walking. It's not a full body workout. It's just it's exercising. Running it's more of a full body workout than walking. Walking, you need to walk, but on 4 legs, that's you're You're really putting in all your muscles. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So this is second rejection here now. Uh, it's not too bad. It would have been worse if it was a different type of account. But this can pop up after now. But we'll still hold. We want a lower rejection. We want it to come down somewhere here and reject. Then we can be like, okay, let's get in long. But this, like I said, there's no volume downwards. But volume can come at any point, right? So
Who lives at 123 Cotton Pony Lane. The best part? I had to fire him that day. It was December 24th, Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas, you're fired. Love, Ebenezer. Practical jokes at work are often necessary in order to not lose your mind at some jobs. Knowing where the line is for those jokes is also necessary. I'm not a firing manager, but I aided in the firing of one woman. I was working in a restaurant in a small town at the time, so everyone knows each other's business, or so I'd think. They hired this lady named Jenna, we'll call her. No one knew of her history but me. She and her husband stole hundreds of dollars worth in tools from my dad's auto mechanic shop 5 years back. She also will purposefully trigger her son's autistic attacks in public as a distraction to steal things. Anyway, I was super nervous as I had to train her, and she knew dang well whose daughter I am. She played dumb and I played dumb back. I decided I'd give her a second chance. Maybe she got clean and needed one. I was wrong. Money would fall out of her bra all the time. We were hostesses, so we didn't get direct tips. Even after she'd put her wallet away. She also chased a customer down for a smoke, aka pills, and was so loopy she had to get sent home. They were gonna train her to be a manager. Finally, the other managers caught on she was stealing the waitress's tips after bussing tables, and I came forward. She never realized in her drugged up state that they had cameras everywhere, and I was able to identify when and where she was stealing. She got fired that night. That's what you get for stealing from my dad, B. Also, she introduced me to a Hells Angel leader. His wife asked if I would join an MLM with her. I've never noped so quickly in my life. I used to manage a paintball field while I was in college. The owners were happy to pay me fairly because all the other employees were 14 years old and could be used as minimum wage slaves. Ergo, I got a lot of dumb crap from kids at their first real job. I left a new hire alone to take a group out on the field, and when I came back, he was beside himself to show me the coolest thing he's discovered. He proceeded to pour hand sanitizer on the plywood counter and light it on fire. A plywood counter in a plywood hut that is filled with compressed air tanks and surrounded by dead grass and dry forest in the middle of a bad forest fire year. I couldn't get him out of the shack and off the property fast enough. You fired him before he could fire you. This is why we shouldn't let 14-year-olds work. Still at that age where you just don't make the smartest decisions. Then again, for some people, I don't think they hit the smart decision age until they're somewhere in their early 50s. This isn't necessarily a favorite, but it happened. Several years ago, I was a bank branch manager. I was being transferred to another branch across town and had to fire a teller on my first day in the branch. About a month before, the teller had cashed out a bad check for a few $1,000s. He didn't check the correct ID and let the money walk out the door. Shortly after, before the mistake was found out, he was in a car accident and had to miss a few weeks of work. He was due to return to work the same day as my first day in the branch. My region manager had told me about the situation, but they couldn't fire him because he hadn't been back to work since they found out. So that morning I came in, said, "Nice to meet you, come sit down, you're fired." I have to ask, if that isn't your favorite firing story, why the hell didn't you just tell us your favorite? You hanging on to that one for sweeps week or something? I fired another pizza delivery driver. To be clear, I had no authority to fire this person. No one in the store at the time did. It was his second shift. We were swarmed and he was taking forever. Eventually, he disappears for 2 hours and comes back, says, "Couldn't find it, so I just ate the pizza." I told them to get the frick out and never come back.
Damn.
Everyone on the store witnessed this and his excuse, so the firing stuck. I go to church with a guy who is the HR manager at a food processing plant. This is a story he told a group of guys one night. A woman came in half an hour late, completely drunk, staggeringly drunk. So her direct manager took her to the HR manager, who then contacted a company who will come and administer a breathalyzer test. While they waited, this woman would let loose some of the stinkiest farts he had ever smelled.
Damn.
She wasn't even trying to hide them. She would lean over, let one loose, then giggle. Once the company came to administer the test, she wouldn't blow hard enough to register a reading, which means non-compliant.
That woman is looking for war. She wants to fight. She literally wants to fight. That's what she wants. That woman wants to fight. She wants to fight. That's what she wants. She's looking for war. She wants to, bro. You're just gonna come, lean in, let one rip, and then giggle. Who's laughing when you? I'm laughing. Who's laughing with you? Huh? Who's laughing with you? What do you mean you just let one? Who's laughing? Why are you giggling? You think this is a joke? Do I look like a joke to you? Do I look like a joke to you? Huh? Bro, that is crazy, man.
3 non-compliance attempts means an automatic firing. That is how it ended. She was escorted out of the building. And just like that, she was gone, like a fart in the wind.
Damn.
Firing the guy that was stealing a lot from me. I couldn't figure out why my profit margin had dropped 5%. I never considered anyone stealing. Then a woman came in because she was overcharged. I gave her the money she was owed. Then I looked into it further. That day's sales report should have been over the same amount as the overcharge. It was not. I then set several employees up by loading the drawer with an extra $20. His drawer was the only one to show no overage. I then caught him on camera. After figuring out who it was, I kept hearing stories from people about his strange behavior. Why the heck they didn't say anything before this is beyond me. I still have the footage on my phone. If anyone called me out about firing a well-liked individual, I say nothing. I just show them the video. Their faces are priceless. Well investigated, documented, and executed of you.
This is our
Please like and subscribe if you've made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video and have a wonderful day. I worked for a security company for over 2 years before quitting to become an EMT, this being last year. My last 5 months on the job, I was promoted to third shift supervisor. We were contracted out to a large factory that also had a janitorial/maintenance company contracted out as well. Whenever any employee was to be fired, they would be brought out to our guard shack in front of us to be told the bad news, where we in turn would escort them to their vehicle. So there's a young guy we'll call Jay that works for the janitorial company, and he's probably the laziest employee in the whole plant. Today was the final straw for his supervisor since he sent Jay to clean the north end locker rooms and he spent the entire shift sleeping instead. They call Jay into the guard shack, tell him he's fired, and I stand there ready to escort him out. Right after Jay heard the bad news, he does an about-face, walks right past me, and stops at the front desk to ask my security guard if he can have an application for our company. His former boss and I yell no in complete unison. I got to fire someone before they were even hired. He's pretty ballsy, gotta give him that. I got one. Let's call him Jeff. Jeff was a fricking nutcase. I'm certain he spent the entire 80s on coke and doing crappy karate. I didn't hire Jeff, my boss did. I was his direct manager. Jeff didn't have a house, he lived in an RV, which he ended up parking on the property. Cool, whatever. So I start to train Jeff on his daily duty of the shop. This is where living in an RV starts to make some sense. On days it was me, another employee, and Jeff, we had a moment to rest as our busy time ended. So I sit at my desk and start doing paperwork while my great employee and Jeff start to talk. Jeff starts his story along the lines of, "You ever watch Miami Vice?" Other employee, Jay, "Yeah, I've seen it. That was based on me, man. I was Miami Vice undercover. I've seen some crap, man," Jeff says to him. I glance up from my desk and see him walking over to the mop bucket and picking up the mop. He then starts screeching and doing the worst moves I've ever seen with it, like some cracked out white ninja that had forgotten anything he'd ever learned about anything. I see Jay trying his hardest not to laugh. I follow suit and try. I get a grip and ask, "Why aren't you a cop anymore?" To which he replied, "Because it was a bunch of politics and I was a loose cannon," he says as he put the mop back. I said, "You don't say." Then listened as he told his story about riding a motorcycle in circa 1980s Miami as he was trying to take down a crime lord. My boss did this sort of thing. He'd hire people, anyone really, then give them to me to train and manage them. He had an ability to pick out the most insane people in the state. His last 2 weeks, I came in to watch the previous night's tapes. I had to review them daily in order to ensure no theft had happened due to employees stealing a lot. There he was, Jeff in all his vice glory, standing in a hallway in the middle of the night, doing his crack karate with a mop stick. He then went on patrol with it in the parking lot. Some customers complained, and I let him go. My boss hired, I trained, fired the ones that couldn't make the cut. He flipped out like you'd think. Cops were called, and we ended up banning him from the property as he would sneak on every night and sabotage things. That's another story, though. Well, now I want the other story. Joke is on you. Jeff is still an undercover vice cop. And your boss? Yeah. Guess who the crime lord is? Nice going, OP. You really screwed that one up. I'll give a friend of mine's. He worked loss prevention at a store that you could shoot at. He saw this pretty girl who worked there and decided to go talk to her and ask her out. So he walks up in his loss prevention uniform, and the first thing she says is this about the CD player? So my friend keeps his cool and says, "I just want to give you the opportunity to tell your side of the story."
Damn.
Turns out she's stealing all kinds of crap, and he cracked the case and canned her butt because he's a horn dog. Out of all the firings, I only had one that I actually got enjoyment out of. I had a girl
Crack
that was
case
young,
on what
just a few
now?
months past
What now? What
21.
is it?
She was already on her final strike. He's a horn dog. All kinds of crap, and he cracked the case and canned her butt because he's a horn dog. Out of all
Canned
the
her butt? What does that mean? Let me go with that. That's a quote. Canned her butt. Meaning. Meaning Reddit. Nada. There's nada. Canned her. What does that mean, bro? Like, what are you saying? What does that mean? Canned her butt.
store that you could shoot at. He saw this pretty girl who worked there and decided to go talk to her and ask her out. So he walks up in his loss prevention uniform, and the first thing she says is this about the CD player? So my friend keeps his cool and says, "I just want to give you the opportunity to tell your side of the story." It turns out she's stealing all kinds of crap, and he cracked the case and canned her butt because he's a horn dog. Out of all the firings, I only had one that I actually...
What does that mean? I'm actually interested in that. Canned her butt. Oh well.
Actually got enjoyment out of.
I don't
I had a
know what
girl
it
that
means.
was young, just a few months past 21. She was already on her final strike for a no-call and not doing her job well at all. She was set to open with another girl at 9 a.m. with me already being there since 8:30 a.m. First thing when
Yeah,
I walk
1
in the
minute,
door, she's calling
40
in
left.
sick with a horrible flu. I tell her to rest up, and if she needs extended time off, I'll need a doctor's note. I'm annoyed, but she called, so whatever.
There's no
However,
volume
once
to
one of
this
my openers
drop
came
at
in,
all.
her world was destroyed.
No volume
See, when you're
at
Facebook
all.
friends with all of your coworkers, they can see all your updates. So when you post a photo of yourself completely crap-faced 4
First of all, just
hours
put it at
before your
break even
shift
for
with
now.
a caption,
There's no
"So
volume, and volume
frickin'
can come at any
wasted,"
point
you
to the
kind
long
of buy
side.
your own death certificate.
So
I
a break even
seriously
for
laugh
now.
whenever I think about it. I get the feeling she does too. Ah, yes, the old beer flu. Can't say I enjoyed firing anyone, but the most memorable was the girl who, after being fired, locked herself in the boardroom and refused to leave the premises until we paid her off. This was a small company with no security, and instead of getting the police involved, we gave her about $200 or so, and she left in peace. I'd say your wish is granted, and once she comes out, proceed to push her back in the room and lock the door from the outside, laugh my butt off. In our deli, we had a girl named Jessie who worked for us for about 8 months before she realized she wasn't going to get the experience pay.
Alright, so this is looking actually, this is looking good. Looking like a risk down here, good. Let's see how it closes. The only thing is, well, it's gonna be an interesting one. An interesting one indeed. This is low right here, so that's why people are probably gonna take this. I'm gonna be risking down here, so 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, it looks too good to not take this trade. Close that short. Closing that short. I close that short. In that long. So I'm around our 115, so 230 is what we're looking for. So all the way up there. I'm looking for price to go all the way up there, right to these lines. So something like this, got in something like this, 115. This is here, right here. So in something like 115, right there, and right there. This is a trade right now. We're done this trade. Oh, this Wix. This Wix is why we're confident on this trade. Even though it pulls back, because it may not pull back, but even though it pulls back more, we're still confident on the trade. That to come back up. So honestly, I'm fine. I don't. We're just gonna wait and see if he comes up here and does reject and gives a short opportunity, then we may switch the trades. If because there's a base here. However, if there's no short opportunity, but it depends because at this point it's not yet really bullish, but it's bullish right now. So because of all this week, so it may come up here and want to pull back down. So maybe if it comes up here, depending on how bad the rejection is, I will take a short. If it's not too bad, or I could just put a break even and just let the trade play out. There's that too, because that would mean that I didn't take the correct trade, because that would mean maybe it came down here and then went back up, right? So in that case, I mean, just leave it break even. So if I took it correct, if you take correct trades, you won't have to have break even. So like if you're taking this risking up there, I would have stopped out here, and then taking the next trade risking down here, stopped out here, and then this taking here, stopped out, loss, and now this. So I'm switching this trade because we know we're in a bullish run right now, and there is no momentum on this drop. There's no volume on the drop. So maybe volume is gonna come back up to the bullish side. But this is our trade right now. Either I would switch the trade or we could have stopped break even. There's that too. Let's close the trade. We're back to let's close the trade. Let's wait. I was thinking if I took this trade, if I took which I did, if I took this trade as I did, right? If I took this trade and we're looking for it to come down all the way here, and we're in here, we could have been break even right now. We could have just let it be break even and let it rest. But instead we closed the trade because, well, to be honest, we're at 400 today and we're down. So yeah, let's wait for it to come down here and then we'll take it long. Maybe come down here, take it long. We're back up to break even on the day. So we basically lost a couple of cents overall today.
But we need to make better decisions and make faster decisions, man. Shit. Ah, feels good. So technically, we should have just let this one be break even instead of closing it. But it's fine. At least we're back up to 400 guaranteed. And then the only time we should have closed the trade or switched the trade was if this really. I mean, this is fine. Switch it here though. This is fine, right? Because this right here is the base right here, and it rejected the base, so it's fine to switch it there. It's not bad at all. Or should we have switched it? I mean, it makes sense to switch it because of there's no volume and whatnot, right? So I don't know. I think it makes sense to switch. I think it's better we switch the trade because of this risking down there and seeing how it behaved. That was not a very good candle though. This one. That's kind of why we closed it because we expected this candle, but it was not a very good candle for a continuation. But regardless, continuing. So yeah, I'll show you. Was it a good switch or I get okay? This was a point switch, so showing break even. Should we not switch? Because if we're taking this, risking up there, then we held risking up there 120, 115, looking for 230. We got our profit there, and then this happens, pulls back, taking this trade, risking down there, fall below, comes there, lose this trade, hold in here. So looking for 240, getting on this candle here. Risking down here. I'm going to move 180 up here. Hmm. Hmm. So technically, our first trade was, assuming we took this breakout, we lose the breakout. Next trade was this, risking up there. We win that. Next trade is this, risking down here. We win this at this point there. Risking down here. Next trade is this, risking down here. This would have still been break even. So technically that should have been a trade we'll be in. And that's still break even. So could have taken this, risking down there, and then put a stop loss right there in case it break even.
A crappy HR promised her and decided to get another job. But she wanted to stay on board with one foot in the door just in case what she had didn't pan out so well. So asked to work 1 day a week. This was fine by us. She was a good worker and we could use the extra help, so she decided to work Sunday evening. It soon became clear that Jessie really wasn't feeling it. Her work ethic dipped, she spent more time on her phone, and she called off. One night she asked to go home early, and when a manager wouldn't let her because the rest of the staff would suffer for it, she just left anyways. The next week she came back and we told her she couldn't behave like that. It's unfair to her coworkers, but she blew us off like it was no big deal. The next week, she doesn't show up at all. We call her and she doesn't answer, so we assume she's finally done. I tell management to make moves to terminate her. We usually don't bother with formalities, but I was a bit miffed at how she had so easily disrespected her coworkers and tired of her BS. Almost 2 whole months passed without any mention of Jessie. Then suddenly one day I get a call from the front office. Jessie's here asking for an override to clock in? I go up front and yep, there she stands in her uniform, ready to clock in. I burst out laughing and told her she doesn't work here anymore, and to my great shock, she's actually peed off. She says the deal was she would work Sundays. Yeah, and you haven't called or shown for the last 8 in a row. She tries to call the union, who tells her that more than 3 no-call no-shows in a row mean voluntary quit. We were free to terminate her, and she couldn't fight it after the 3rd week. She got so flushed and angry and said, "That's not fair, I didn't know that." Watching her storm off was pretty satisfying. Learning she had her hours cut from her new job and wanted to come back from a coworker close to her was even better. Folks, moving up is great, but don't burn your bridges. I actually had the opposite, where I had worked at a GameStop part-time. Then I got a full-time job elsewhere and just did weekends at the GameStop. Well, after a few weeks, they didn't put me on the schedule, then continued to not put me on the schedule. 5 months later of not working there, the former assistant manager, now general manager, called me and asked if I could work. I was like, what? I haven't been scheduled for months. Do I even still work there? Technically, I did. And the assistant manager was a nice guy, so I came in to help that one day because they were short-staffed, but I didn't even remember how to use the sales system. It was weird. I think most people who handle firing employees will tell you it's their least favorite part of their job. I know it was mine, even in situations where it was warranted. And doing it for the first time on your own is downright terrifying. But I'm one of those people, and it was the worst part of the job, but mainly because I enjoyed my day-to-day activities and I had to give up time to deal with a butthole. Nobody likes firing people, but it comes with the territory. Asked some new drivers in my transport truck if they were felons because I, as a tow truck driver, carry a firearm. It's illegal in this state to be in a vehicle or residence with a firearm if you are a felon. Everybody said no, but one guy had to pipe up that I shouldn't be allowed to carry a gun because I'm an immigrant. He refused to shut up and do his job, so I fired him on the spot. It was his first fricking day. Had a guy get infuriated during job instruction and threw a bottle at me, dodged it, and told him he was fired. He then ripped off his ID badge and hurled that too. I smiled and said, "I'm not gonna look for that. I'll just take it out of your last check." He turned red but found that dang badge and handed it to me. I had security in tow before he was even halfway out of the building, just in case. I worked fast food for years from high school through college and was in management for a majority of it. As a manager, I fired way too many people to count. Most of them just didn't want to do the basics, show up on time, try, and do a good job. Over the years, I was asked to help clean up a few stores. I usually went in and found out who was busting their butt to pick up others' slack. I would give that person a good raise and either fire or cut the hours of the slackers. The store would take off in a positive direction. The guys busting butt have more money and are happy. The customers are getting better service and are happy. The morale of the entire store goes up. The owner is happy because he is saving labor and seeing more revenue. Happy owners tend to give out more perks for everyone. So firing the bad apples was pretty easy as it made a lot more people happy. What amazed me is the parents that would get their kid fired. We had a schedule and everyone had to put in time off. Parents would call in and say their kid wasn't going to be there because they just decided to go out of town that weekend. They thought the job was some sort of after-school club. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Serious. People who have survived a murder attempt by dumb luck. What's your story? My dad was a meth addict. He did lots of effed up things, dropping me off at trap houses to have sleepovers with other coke babies, living in a house full of animal crap and hoarding. He sicked his pit bull on a black child. He was a real effing character. One night he came looking for my mom and I at our place. Mom wasn't there. Grandma was babysitting me. I was sleeping in bed when somebody started to try and open my window. It was locked, but they kept jamming something into the bottom to try and force it open. At the same time, I heard the living room door being tried by somebody else. My grandma snuck into my room in her nightgown, apparently woken up by the same thing, and told me to say nothing. Don't even whisper. We laid under my bed while a group of men shouted for my mom to come out, slammed their hands on the windows to try and break them, and jumped on my grandmother's car. She called the police and barely whispered into the phone. Eventually, the cops arrived and the men scattered. Long story short, my dad and his other meth
Interesting.
head friends came to the house with guns with other coke babies. My dad was a meth addict. He did lots of effed up things, dropping me off at trap houses to have sleepovers with other coke babies, living in a house full of animal crap and hoarding. He sicked his pit bull on a black child. He was a real effing character. One night he came looking for my mom and I at our place. Mom wasn't there. Grandma was babysitting me. I was sleeping in bed when somebody started to try and open my window. It was locked, but they kept jamming something into the bottom to try and force it open. At the same time, I heard the living room door being tried by somebody else. My grandma snuck into my room in her nightgown, apparently woken up by the same thing, and told me to say nothing. Don't even whisper.
I believe the only mistake I would make in the journey of building a family, the only mistake I'd make is to die. Otherwise, I think I'll be well planned to do every other thing well. And even in my death, financial will not be my family's problem. I mean, I have my brother, so my brother will take care of my family. The finances are already there. The finances will already be there, and they'll take care of my family, my wife, and my kids. And I think it will be fine. The only other thing that could happen would not be mistakes. It will not be a mistake on my end. It would just be an unfortunate event where one of my family members succumbed to violence.
We laid under my bed while a group of men shouted for my mom to come out, slammed their hands on the windows to try and break them, and jumped on my grandmother's car. She called the police and barely whispered into the phone. Eventually, the cops arrived and the men scattered. Long story short, my dad and his other meth head friends came to the house with guns and knives with every intention to kill me and my mother because she was going to get custody of me. If my mom wasn't so vigilant with locks, we had 3 different kinds on the front and back doors, we would have died. My sister had this one friend when we were growing up I always got a bad vibe from. She would try to pick on my little brother, but I would always stop her. I was 8, she was 10. Once we were at a lake and all the kids were swimming. I swam out to the deep roped-off part, but I was still little and really shouldn't have. She kept acting weird and getting closer to me, making this weird laugh. She pushed me off the wooden pole in the water, and I got scared and started to swim back, but she came up behind me and pushed me under the water. It didn't click at first that she was trying to drown me, but after she aggressively pushed me under the 3rd time, I had this crazy moment of clarity. It was like the world slowed down ever so briefly. I relaxed and let myself sink, swam underneath her, and came up behind her. I grabbed her hair and shoved her face into the water, keeping my legs on her back so her body couldn't rise. I waited until her struggling slowed down and let her come up. I waited in the water, saying nothing, bracing myself for her retaliation, but she just looked panicked and swam back to shore. I told my sister, who had already expressed that the girl was weird. We confronted her together, and she just looked really dazed. In a monotone voice, she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like that." It wasn't until I replayed those words in my mind later that I realized what she was saying was, "Sorry I tried to drown you." It wasn't until I almost drowned myself that I realized how horrible it is to do to someone.
Yeah,
My
that's
husband
exactly
and
what she
I
was
live
saying.
above our place of business.
That's exactly what she was saying. Like I said, man, things that people do, it's either they experience the same thing at some point in their life. Again, it's not an excuse for what people do, but it's either they experience the same thing at some point in their life, or they were not taught the negative consequence of these things, or they they thought it was cool, or they thought it was okay to do these things. So at some point, it's either it was socially enforced or socially um, bred, or it was psychological that could come from experiencing it themselves. All of these things are tied up: socially, psychological, and then there is just the parental part. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Tired, man. It's crazy, man. We have a lot of rejections happening here. A lot of rejections. A lot of wicks to the upside. Same way we had a lot of wicks to the downside here is what made us take this trade. But we have a lot of rejections right now to the upside. And now that it's popped back up, we have this. I mean, it's not really, it didn't really do much damage, so technically we'll still probably just, damn, that's gonna be a high risk though. Next risk is up here. This is for next high above this high is this one here. So like this. I think we just take that trade. If this thing has this kind of rejection, we'll take that trade. Maybe volume will come in later. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, enter. In that trade, it's getting 131 pips. Looking for um 262. So I'm looking for a price to come back down here. So right now, I was so this would have been break. Ideally, we'll still be holding this trade break even if we're in this trade, but because now that we're seeing this, hey guys, see, we've only had 400 in our account. We've already made 300 profit. We took out the 300 profit. We use it to start a prop firm account. We start a funded trader account and want to build that one on the side. But I think it's fine for us to take this. Like, okay, this would have been break even and would have been holding this trade, but it's not a bad reason to take this trade now, isn't it? Like I didn't take it on discount though, even though they had two. I was like, yeah, it's all good. Discount is fine. Discount again, come on, too much rejections. Like it doesn't want to break through here, so it shouldn't break through this high really. Ideally, it shouldn't break through this high, but if it does, we're risking up here anyways. So I'll trade you something like this. So something like risking up here. We're risking 130 pip, 131. So technically, whatever. Let's just say it's there. Control Z, and then looking for 2R right there. This is our current trade right now. This is the trade that I would have taken that would have still been in break even. This is not useful. So if this comes to break even, that'll be good. We'll hold this trade. But yeah, let's keep going on our
business. Our alarm company called us at 3 a.m. to say there was a motion detect alert, just one in a weird place. We assumed it was a mouse, but went to reset, check it out. Husband ended up face to face with a burglar who was on his way out the window he had broken. He ran back inside, I called 911, and we heard mad chaos going on in the depths of the building. So much crashing and smashing. Burglar monkey climbed a 10-foot iron gate, bodily smashed through 2 sets of commercial-grade glass doors, and was outside again. My husband was like, yeah, F this dude, tore after him and tackled him. He got him on the ground and pinned him. Bear in mind the whole time I'm narrating to 911 and chasing around in panties and tank top. I was a bit behind my husband in the middle of the street about 15 feet away when a minivan squealed around the corner. It was his GF/getaway driver. I luckily missed it. I was super focused on reading the license plate, which was one of those cutesy font out-of-state ones and therefore hard to read. But she yelled, "Get the F off him or I'm running your B over." Then she tried to. The audio and video I had to watch for the trial was horrifying. I had blocked it out nearly completely and didn't remember how close it was. She guns the engine at me. I throw my hands up in front of my face when I realize what she's doing and scream and jump out of the way with inches to spare. He jumped in and off they went. He bled all over my husband, yikes, and eventually the DNA and the partial plate info nailed them. They're both in prison. Addendum, trials suck. Serious. 3 men drugged me and kidnapped me. I woke up on the floor with one of them tearing my clothes off and my moon boot broken foot. I tried kicking him off with the boot, but he started knocking my head into the floor and I passed out. I woke up in daylight in a garage bin, naked and in a pool of my own blood. I don't know how the F I got out of there or how I found the nearest policeman, but I then collapsed again. Woke up in a hospital with 52 stitches in my head and 78 in and around my vulva and breasts. Doctors said it was the worst R trauma she ever saw. They say it's a miracle I'm alive and don't know how I did it. They were never caught. I am a crisis, trauma, and PTSD counselor now. They didn't win. I was out with a few friends, and with us was a girl that had just broken up with a psychopath.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. She was drugged. So how, where, what was the, what was, um, what, leading up to that point, I just want to know, like, Was it people you knew? Where were you? Where were you when you were drugged and taken away? Where were you? Like, were you? Was it a cafe? Where were you? Shit, man. Where were you, man? What the hell? So those guys now, they've done that to this young girl who was obviously still a virgin. Now what? She was passed out during the process too, so during the activity too. So that's something okay. The reason why she passed out was traumatizing too, but at least she didn't visually experience the activities that they'd done. She doesn't know what they really did too. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So what I said, volume could come at any point. This is why I said we'll still be holding this trade long. Let's hope we can break even on this. Depending on how it closes, we may even just hold it for the rest of the day, so we don't have to get in another trade. Oh, actually, still after this point here. We still after this point, so probably have to get out of this trade. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know why they'll do that. I also want to know the circumstances that got that girl in that exact situation. How did she get drugged? From where? School? From cafe? From your house? Were you walking down the street and you walking down the street and they put a napkin on your nose or something? What happened? I want to know those. I want to know those details. Why? Because I want to know how to protect my own from such, right? Because it already happened to her. If I don't know if her dad, because it probably happened to somebody prior to her too. So I'm gonna have to learn about not every, but as much as I can about situations where there was kidnapping before these actions were done, and I want to be able to prevent this kidnapping from my own kids and possibly the people I know. You know, um, it's horrible, man. It's quite horrible. But the volume came into the upside, but it's rejected pretty nastily. I'll still hold this short. I'll still hold it. Keep holding. I won't close it yet. I like this. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. If I was in it long, I'll still be holding it long, but I'm only in the short, so let's see. Um, she said she's doing well for herself, so that's good for her. That is good for her.
We didn't know he was a psychopath. We found out that night. We were just walking back home from a restaurant. It was about 1 a.m., and the guy came running out of broken up. Did it. They were never caught. I am a crisis, trauma, and PTSD counselor now. They didn't win. I was out with a few
Nope,
friends,
they
and with
didn't.
us was a girl that had just broken up with a
I feel like a hypocrite saying they didn't win. I feel like shit saying they didn't win. Because to be fair, in the broader scheme of things, yes, they didn't win because likely their life is just not going well. Unknowingly or unknowingly, their life is just not going well. And if they turned things around in their life and they became good people, well, if they did truly become good people, then their life is still not going well because they have these regrets and these um, things that they've done, and they would have to live with that conscience, right? But if they didn't, then and they're truly selfish and ignorant people, then to them they won. To them they won. Same way to you they didn't win. To them they won. They've done what they fulfilled their desire. They probably done it to multiple other girls after you and even before you, and they've won. And they keep winning as long as they don't get caught. That's how they feel. Just like the young girl that didn't know that it was horrible to drown someone up until she experienced it then herself. These people don't. They don't. They're living by their. They're living by their desires, and they're living ignorantly and selfishly, and just doing it whatever they feel like doing. So and they don't. Some of them don't even know that. They don't know what. They don't understand truly what they're even doing. They're just doing it because they feel like doing it. They're horny, so they want to have sex, and they force it. They're truly selfish and ignorant individuals, and those people, to them, they've won, and they keep winning. That is the unfortunate truth about this.
the psychopath. We didn't know he was a psychopath. We found out that night.
Who
That
was
it just broke now. They didn't win. I was out with a few friends, and with us was a girl that had just broken up with a psychopath. We didn't know he was a psychopath. We found out that night. We were just walking back home from a restaurant. It was about 1 a.m., and the guy came running out of nowhere. I don't know how he knew where and when to meet us. He ran to the girl, lifted her shirt up, and stabbed her in the gut, literally spilling her belly open like a fish, and then ran off. This whole thing happened really quickly, so we were all in shock. The girl was holding her own intestines in her hands, and she was so shocked that she didn't even seem scared, wasn't screaming or anything. She just stood there. We called an ambulance, and they managed to somehow put everything back and sew her up. This happened about 3 years ago, and she still has pretty serious problems with her digestive tract. Can't eat certain things and that kind of stuff. That image of her just standing in the middle of the pathway holding her own guts will remain stuck in my head forever. The guy got 13 years in jail, by the way. Serious. I had a guy high
Not
on
that guy
both
didn't
meth
win.
and acid break into my apartment in college. Somehow he was convinced he lost his glasses inside. I'm doing dishes when my door gets slammed open. Next thing I know, he is behind me. I'm being choked to death in my kitchen. As I was losing consciousness, I grabbed my roommate's acrylic bong and frantically swung over my shoulder into his face. The bong broke but did nothing as the guy was choking me even harder, so I swung it again. Because the bong broke the first time, I was hitting the guy with a 6-inch claw of acrylic glass. Afterward, his scalp and part of his cheek were hanging off the side of his face. Essentially, I scalped him with a bong. So I chased the guy out of my house. There is easily 2 feet of snow outside. He tries walking back to his house through a cemetery as a shortcut. Seriously. And he passes out in the cemetery. The police only found him because I called the cops and they followed the blood and footprints through the snow. And that's the part I was surprised about the most. I hit the guy on his scalp. There isn't much blood in a scalp compared to most of the body. But my kitchen was covered in blood. His blood was on my refrigerator, counter, floor, and ceiling. It was almost as traumatic to clean it. My roommates were gone for winter break. Thank God my roommate's girlfriend came over and helped me. Now, as for the guy, the cops couldn't charge him for 2 days because he needed blood transfusions. He was charged with assault, breaking and entering, and attempted murder. Not sure what he got convicted of, but he went to jail for 4 years. I was exiting a bar once after last call and was with a friend who was a medic. We saw a girl laying in a snowbank near a telephone pole who had just been hit by a car. We ran over and tried to help her. Some others were already on the phone with 911, and I, not having any medical training, didn't have anything to contribute, but didn't want to just leave. The whole situation was concerning. I turned around for a second and start to hear people screaming. I turn around and a minivan was heading for us, the few people around this woman. They already started to run, but I was too late. He hit me as I was trying to flee, put the car in reverse, ran over me again, and then went forward and run over me a third time.
What?
Turns out the guy was high and drunk and got into a fight with the woman's BF, whom I bared a strong resemblance to. He thought I was him. Not to throw a pity party for myself, but 9 years later, I have a ton of medical issues, and my life pretty much started on a downward spiral since then. But sure, I guess I survived. I was 15 and outside in my garage petting my cat. It was November, so it was already dark by 5 p.m. Someone opened the door behind me without me hearing, grabbed me by my ponytail, and started dragging me outside. They hit me on my head with a brick and knocked me out, pulled me halfway around my house when, I'm guessing this is when, they stabbed me on the left side of my stomach. This must have brought me out of my daze because my mom said she heard me scream from inside where she and my brother and sister were in the kitchen. They came out the front door and saw me bleeding out on the sidewalk, called 911. I was 15 downwards outside in my garage petting my cat. It was
Okay.
November, so it was already dark by 5 p.m. Someone opened the door behind me without me hearing, grabbed me by my ponytail, and started dragging me outside. They hit me on my head with a brick and knocked me out, pulled me halfway around my house when, I'm guessing this is when, they stabbed me on the left side of my stomach. This
What? She was out just where? Where was she?
side of my garage petting my cat.
Her own garage.
It was November, so it was already dark by 5 p.m. Someone opened the door behind me
Opened the door behind her. So was the person coming from her house?
without me hearing, grabbed me by my ponytail, and started dragging me outside.
I don't get that story. So she was. Let me listen to that thing again.
Sure, I guess I survived. I was 15 and outside in my garage
Outside of her garage. I'm picturing a garage on right outside the house. And you're already outside the house at that point. We're just at the front porch. So
petting my cat. It was November, so it was already dark by 5 p.m. Someone opened the door behind me without me hearing.
so was it from your own house? Was it from her own house? You see, but before we continue this story, you see, I would have taken my profit here, and now this would have been my trade. Short, risking up there. And as a matter of fact, I will take this trade. I have to. I have to. I can't not take this trade. I have to. So we'll take the trade instead of risking just this high here. I mean, depending on where it closes, we might as well just risk. Yeah, we'll just risk right above this point here, right above that point there. So depending on how it closes, let's see. It was an okay close. It was an okay close. It wasn't the best. But it's worth the trade. Took that trade short. 90 points, looking for 180. So my take profit is just under here. We're actually risking up here, risking this black line instead of risking this zone. Risking the black line. I guess just the trade, just the high there. You're risking this high instead of risking this zone. So it's deep in this, it's not too deep, but it's in the zone. So we're risking this high right here. Let's see if that works.
Grabbed me by my ponytail and started dragging me outside. They hit me on my head with a brick and knocked me out, pulled me halfway around my house when, I'm guessing this is when, they stabbed me on the left side of my stomach. This must have brought me out of my daze because my mom said she heard me scream from inside where she and my brother and sister were in the kitchen. They came out the front door and saw me bleeding out on the sidewalk, called 911. Had 12 stitches, double layer, and a severe concussion and whiplash. Didn't eat and hardly slept for a week. They never found him. I got jumped by two grown men when I was a freshman in college. I was walking back from my
Where's the cameras in the house? Where's what are you doing? Where's the dad?
Night. One posed at college. They never found him. I got jumped by two grown men when I was a freshman in college. I was walking back from my friend's house and it was about 30 past midnight. One posed as a homeless man asking for $1 and the other had on a security jacket like he worked for the university's safety patrol. When I passed the homeless guy saying I had nothing to give him, I saw the security guy walking towards me. This is when I felt a rear neck choke hold and the security guy started wailing on me. I had my bag on me, but like I said, I literally had nothing on me. They couldn't take me down to the ground. Surprisingly, I must have had an adrenaline rush. The guy posing as a homeless guy said, "Open the backpack, find anything, let's dip." This lasted about 2 to 3 minutes, but it felt like forever. The whole time I could feel something pointing in my back, but I just like to think that the guy was extremely excited and it wasn't a knife. Luckily, it was right outside my friend's house, and a couple of them came running out when they heard the commotion. The guys fled immediately when 3 of my friends came sprinting towards them. I still look behind me when I walk home alone. Please leave your
Why are you walking home alone?
I would love to make
a young girl why are you walking home alone? College? Talking about walking home alone. Talking about walking home alone. Where's your friends? Your girlfriends? And if you have none, then why is your dad not going to pick you up? Why is your dad not well enough off to be able to pick you up? Walking home alone. Shit, innit? Damn. The bus. No, that's not even safe. Bruh. I'm just gonna do my part. I cannot talk for all these people. I understand life is not the same for everybody. I understand there's gonna be hardships in life. I understand there's hardships in life. I understand that, things happen. But for me, having thought about all of this, being aware of all of this, and for me to not still do my part, nah, that's blasphemy. Nah, we're doing our part. I'm gonna have to do my part. That's just it. That's just how it's gonna go. I'm gonna have to do my part. That's it. That's all it is. So, I don't know, man.
a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. My boss is a tuck-your-shirt-in Nazi, among other things, so I found a loophole in the dress code where I don't have to tuck in my shirt. What things have you done by the book just to pee off your boss? Little background story. My boss is a huge douche. All he does all day long is walk around and make sure everyone has their shirt tucked in, and generally be a negative prick to everyone hates. So I come into work on my birthday the other day, and my friend runs up to me and yells, "Kaizen 420, happy B-Day!" right in front of my boss's office. He looks up and says, "Kaizen 420. I'm thinking he's going to say happy B-Day since he no doubt heard her. Instead, he said, "Yeah, go ahead and tuck your shirt in, Kay?" And he does the hand signal like he's tucking in an imaginary shirt. So I say, okay, no prob, I just have to put my stuff down real quick and I'll take care of it. So I walk over to my desk, which takes approximately 7 seconds to get to. I go to put my stuff down, and as I am, he comes up behind me again and says, Kazin, I said to tuck in your shirt. So I quickly tuck it in, and as he's walking literally right by me, I say, sorry, I just had to put my stuff down first. And he walks by like I never said a word. Immediately, I bust out my HR manual and check out the rule on tucked in shirts. Turns out you must tuck in all shirts except a Hawaiian shirt or a Guayabera shirt. So I take my butt to Walmart and buy 10 of those effers and wear the most obnoxious Hawaiian-looking shirt the next day. The second I walked in, he looked me up and down, glared, turned around, and walked away. When everyone asked why I was wearing such a ridiculous shirt, I told them about the loophole. And now half my office is wearing Hawaiian shirts, and it's driving my boss crazy. All within the guidelines outlined by company policy. So Reddit, what ways have you been able to stick it to the man by playing by their rules? When I was working at an Office Max about 10 years ago, I was the only employee who didn't smoke. Needless to say, everyone in the building took a 15-minute smoke break 2 to 3 times a shift, and I got squat. One day I asked the manager if I could have a clean air break, and he was confused. I explained that since smokers can have their 15-minute breaks 2 to 3 times a shift, I should be able to step outside and do the same without having to smoke. Irked my manager, but he knew he had to let me to avoid any discrimination. Honestly, that's a way better plan than what I did. I just took up smoking so I could go out on 4 or 5 smoke breaks a shift with my friend. Smoked for a few years, but after I didn't have anyone to smoke with anymore, mostly quit, aside from a very rare cigar. But while I did smoke, I sure looked cool. I'm kidding, don't smoke. While I was in the Navy, it was recommended that I get an extensive surgery on my ankle. My command felt that I didn't deserve a bunch of time off for a surgery, so they said they would approve it, but none of the convalescent leave. They refused to sign any paperwork. First thing I did was hit them with the regulation stating that they were required to respond to all requests within a certain amount of time, 3 days, I think. They responded with a no. So then I had Navy Legal draw paperwork with accordance to regulations that my command would be responsible for 100% of my medical care if they did not abide by doctor's orders. I then let them know that would mean that all of my medical care would then be handled by civilians and the command would be responsible for paying the bill out of their budget. They approved my surgery, convalescent leave, and convalescent leave extension. On the flip side, I'm the boss enforcing policy. When I took over the department, the old boss told me that the reason the place looked like crap was because when he asked a sales associate, base pay plus commission, to clean up or put up stock, they claimed it wasn't in their job description. The main boss backed them up, calling it a technicality. I pulled out the description and read out, other duties as assigned by the manager on the last line. 2 out of 9 quit. My department is now clean and stock is always up. Sales are consistently up. I'm cool with that. I really don't want to give props to someone in charge who uses the rules against employees, but if sales are up for commission employees, I guess you're okay. Not really my boss, but my school principal, which was really like a boss to me as a kid. I was at an Opus Dei school, so the nuns were pretty effing strict, and I hated the effing salads they gave us. I found multiple ways to hide the food because you can't throw food when there are millions of people starving. Until one day I just went with a tray half full to dump it all. The nun went ballistic and I just said, I'm full, gluttony is a sin, and threw it all. That got me in trouble. I was 9. At a former workplace, the dress code was changed. Men were no longer allowed to wear shorts. Women could wear skirts. I started wearing a kilt because skirts were okay in the rule book. Same thing happened at my school. Several guys wore kilts for a few days, then all on the same day, about half the guys in the whole school wore skirts. Lady skirts. It was wonderful. Guys, if you've never worn a kilt or a skirt, let me tell you, you're missing out. There is a freedom that shorts just don't give, and frankly, they look pretty good too. When I was in grade 4, pizza was sold at lunch for about 50
bro, I
a
don't wear
slice.
no skirts.
I saw a business opportunity and went to the Little Caesars, a stone's throw away from the school, and bought 10 hot and ready
Actually, let's talk about that for a second. Why are there skirts and then trousers? I wonder. Why are there skirts? You know, back in the day, I think they used to wear skirts, even like royal men. They wear a type of skirt. Why are there skirts? I think it's just a form of dress. It's just a type of dressing. It's not. I don't think it was more female, male attire. I think it was just an attire. Because just thinking back, I can picture a bunch of different um warriors and royals that wore things that look like skirts. So was it really a female thing? When did it become a female thing? I wonder. When did it become a female thing? It's crazy, eh? How things just develop. Cause it's a skirt. It's just a clothing attire. Guys wear male pants. They're still pants. Why is it skirts that weird? Why do I feel weird about wearing a skirt? I also feel weird about wearing pants, but I used to wear them when I was a kid. So hmm. But why would a guy need to wear a bra? Now that's just weird. Why would a guy need to wear a bra? I mean, if the guy has that would be crazy, bro. Imagine a guy with boobs and he's like, "Yeah, I gotta wear a bra, bro." Yo, imagine a guy having to wear a bra. That's crazy. That was interesting. Interesting for sure. So I don't know. I don't see heels. Heels. I mean, heels are probably just accommodations for what's it called, for height, and could just be a type of clothing attire or shoe attire, whatever you want to call it. And it's like even in Japanese, there's a bunch of sandal type shoe wear that look like they're heels, but I mean they're heels, but they're not single type heels like the females. Is two on the bottom. So I don't know. Guys wearing heels. Why though? Why do you need to wear a heel? Huh? I don't know. Honestly, I don't see whatever attire, clothing type attire you want to wear. To all you, whether you're a guy or a girl. Some are just more attractive on some genders. Is all it is really. Some attires are more attractive on some genders, on one gender than on the other. And while same way, some physique is more attractive on one gender than on the other. Doesn't mean that a woman can't work out and stuff. A woman can't be big and work out to be big and muscular. It's not to a lot more guys. It's not attractive. It's, okay, it's more attractive to one gender. You get the point. But yeah, I don't know. I think clothing is clothing. Whatever you do, what you want to do, and wear what you want to wear. I don't think it's there's some things that I would say is clear definition of right wrong, and others that are just well, do what you want to do, man. Do you? The line is not drawn. There's no line. Some things there's a line drawn.
$1.25 on Friday. When the school told me I couldn't sell pizza on school property, I moved my office to my aunt's house, which was next door. So every day at lunch, the kids would walk to the neighbor's front yard, buy pizza, and come back to school. I was making a tidy sum every day. Am I the only one who actually liked the school pizza? Those beautiful rectangles were delicious. And Little Caesars, while an acceptable choice when drunk and coming home from the bar, is not worth $1 a slice. When I worked at Best Buy, the dress code was black shoes, pants, belt, and tucked-in blue shirt. Never wore a belt nor tucked in my shirt because as a chubster, when kneeling and organizing DVDs on the bottom shelf, shirt comes untucked and the belt cuts into my belly. First world problems, huh? Anyway, my boss would constantly freak on me for not having my shirt tucked in, and finally got on my case for not wearing a belt either. So I checked the dress code, found it said belt if there are belt loops on the pants or something. So I found an X-Acto knife and cut off my belt loops. The next morning, I come in and she says, "Where's your belt?" I grinned at her and said, "Where's my belt loops?" and gave her the biggest crap-eating grin I could muster. One of my finest moments. Except your pants look stupid. I used to work for this small-town twice-weekly newspaper. The editor/publisher, mayor, county commissioner, and a few other people were skimming tax dollars. When I confronted my boss about it, he told me he'd blackball me if I said anything. So I went to the local television station, tipped them off, and they uncovered the story. When they won their awards, my name was added to the list of reporters. I still can't get a job as a journalist, but damn if it didn't feel good. I mean, to be fair, even if you weren't blackballed, getting a job as a newspaper journalist these days is, well, kind of like finding a job as a medieval blacksmith. Maybe time for other career goals. Not work-related, but school. In high school, I wore a freecondoms.com t-shirt to school. I was called down to the principal's office after 3 to 4 hours. My cool teachers thought it was awesome in the AM classes, and was told I was promoting abhorrent behavior. I posited that I was in fact trying to prevent unwanted pregnancies. I lost my fight and was told I had to leave if I did not have another shirt. Rather than leaving, I put a sticky note over the M in condoms and spent the rest of the day harassing faculty about fantastic lakeside condos that I was giving away for free. Please like and subscribe if you made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video and have a wonderful day. Not my story, but a coworker. Worked at a water park. Supervisor was a bee who wouldn't let the lead guards at the top of the tallest slide in the park go to the bathroom. Guard at the top is radioing that he needs to take a crap, but she won't let him. Mind you, the lead guards are allowed to ride down every once in a while to make sure no tubes are stuck. Lead guard is about to crap his pants in front of a ton of guests, so he goes into the utility closet and craps in a bucket of cat litter we kept to clean up vomit. He then proceeds to ride the slide down to clean himself off and left the supervisor to clean up his bucket of crap. That is maybe the best way I've heard of someone turning in their resignation. I used to work at the Jaws ride at Universal Studios, Florida. Our uniform consisted of a blue t-shirt, jeans or jean shorts, white socks, and white shoes. The unofficial dress code had all of us girls wearing jean shorts and white knee socks. One summer, I ended up working the Jaws ride and the Jungle Cruise at Walt Disney World simultaneously. I love Disney and had always wanted to work there, but I ended up finding it stifling with all sorts of silly and over-the-top rules. At the Jungle Cruise, you wear a khaki shirt, khaki shorts or pants, white socks, and brown shoes. One day, I didn't have any normal-sized socks to wear to the Jungle Cruise, so I ended up wearing my white knee-highs, which looked ridiculous with the jungle costume. When I got to work, one of my managers flipped his crap, told me my socks weren't in compliance with the Disney look, the official policies on how to dress at Disney, and made me roll my socks down. It looked like I was wearing little white life preservers around my ankles, and looked more out of place than they looked originally. I was annoyed, so I went home, I scoured my Disney look booklet for the policies pertaining to socks. All I could find was that socks had to be long enough to cover the ankle bone. There was no maximum height. Hell, I could have worn white tights under my khaki shorts if I really wanted to. The next day, I wore my knee-highs again as a small act of rebellion. The same manager was there and he flipped out. He actually pulled me into the office to write me up, but before he could get me to sign the paperwork, I pulled out my copy of The Disney Look and showed him that, while incredibly silly looking, my socks were perfectly acceptable, and that I would continue wearing them like that. And so I did. I looked stupid, but I didn't care. Working for Disney wasn't a pleasant experience in my opinion, and it was very liberating to know that I could at least wear my socks however the hell I wanted to. Well, however you wanted to, unless you wanted to show off a little ankle, let's be honest. You can't have beer in the front seat of your car, so I went ahead and replaced the front seat with a back seat. Used to work at a TV station. Absolutely awful management and horrible bosses. Complained about it to friends all the time. Someone even asked me on Facebook about my job, and I would reply, but I knew I could get fired for speaking ill of the company. So I read the HR handbook and found out as long as I don't specifically name the company, I can't be fired for it. So, about a month later, I realize I can't take this crap anymore and post on Facebook how terrible my job is, never mentioning the company by name. They fire me a day later. I gladly walk out of that building and into a lawyer's office. I got $17,800, my yearly salary. Seriously. Feels good, man.
Damn,
Back when
that's
I was
crazy.
working and attending classes, I would go straight from campus to work, getting me there anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes early before my shift. On occasion, my boss would ask me to help him out with something before I clock on, putting something away or answering the phone. Over the span of a couple months, this evolved from occasionally to every day your shift starts when you get here. After doing this for a couple weeks, still clocking in at my usual 3 p.m., I decided that if I'm working for a few extra minutes each day, I'm going to get paid for it. I did this once, and I didn't make it in an hour into my shift before my boss is screaming at me and throwing down the employee handbook saying that I'm only allowed to clock in 5 minutes before and after my scheduled shift. Needless to say, I made it a point to not check in until 5 minutes after my scheduled shift every day, no matter how early I was. Fast forward 3 months, and my boss gets fired. He got what was coming to him. It is, in fact, illegal for your employer to fail to pay you for doing any sort of work for them under the Fair Labor Standards Act, whether it's part of your normally assigned duties or not. Worked in one corporate kitchen where our GM didn't like our music, so he would put on children's music. So, we all started singing along at the top of our lungs. We won that war of attrition. Years later, in another kitchen, we had surround sound in a closed kitchen where the uppity GM did not like our music and started passing draconian censorship rules about the music. So we switched it to children's music for a week. Moral of the story, never underestimate the power of a kitchen crew of misfits singing Banana Phone at the top of their lungs. I've got this feeling, it's so appealing, for us to get together and annoy the general manager. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Europeans, what is something you've heard about America or seen on television and wondered if it were true? The yellow school buses. I couldn't believe they were actually a thing when I first went to the US. My friend from the Netherlands couldn't stop taking pictures of them. It was hilarious. Can you really turn right at a crossroads even if the traffic light is red? Usually, yes. It looks as though in all the American TV/movies I have seen that all Americans have to file their own taxes. Is this true? In the UK, this is done automatically by your employer. It is true, and it could very easily be done by the employer and government. In fact, they basically already know what we owe. Companies like TurboTax and H&R Block that charge people to do their taxes for them lobbied so that we would have to do our own taxes. Isn't that great? Are prices in stores marked tax-free and they tell you the full price at the checkout? Yes, sir. Until this afternoon, the gun shops. My mate is in Vegas at the moment, and he just posted a pic of him in a shop that looks almost identical to the ones in GTA. I just assumed that GTA was exaggerating. GTA is almost exactly like driving around Southern California. My friends and I marvel at how close it looks to real streets here. Are house parties common, and are they like in the movies with plus 30 drunk people and intercourse everywhere? I've never been to a house party where intercourse was everywhere, but yes, 30 to 40 plus drunk people with a few rooms where people kind of disappear to and come out awkwardly. Can you really end up at elite university when you're dumb as a brick but good at sports? Yes, is the short answer. Is New York City really as busy as it looks in movies? On TV, it looks like there's 1 billion people jammed in there, with everyone moving shoulder to shoulder in one huge angry mass, and you could lose a child if you blink. Is that just put on for the cameras to look busy? None of the cities here are anywhere like that. Yes and no. Usually in my experience, that's only around Manhattan, and although not as extreme as a lot of movies show it, there are a lot of unfocused people walking around. Can confirm, I've been to downtown Manhattan once and I was shocked at just how busy it was. And the traffic is no joke either. I had a couple from Seattle stay at my flat for a couple days as couch surfers, and I was quite surprised to hear them call each other honey or hun just like in the movies. Do you not have terms of affection for partners in Europe? My partner and I typically call each other love or handsome man and beautiful woman. Yes, we're those people. It's easy to get a weapon. I read Walmart sells weapons, so how is the process to get one? In Texas, buying a firearm is pretty easy. You go, and whoever is selling the firearm will do a quick background check, but if you're clean, you can walk out with a gun in under 30 minutes. Fascinating thread, so therefore, a new question. Is it really that risky to walk into a ghetto neighborhood in a big city, or is it more something people just say? Also wondering, as we have bad neighborhoods here as well, but if you walk through them at night, you really aren't that much more unsafe than in other parts of cities. In short, are there really no-go areas? Crap, I don't even live near the city, and there are areas I don't even like going to in the daytime. Jaywalking. How likely are you to get in trouble for it, and what are the punishments like? I'm British, and as a kid had no idea what jaywalking was. It was mentioned in American TV but never explained, so I assumed it was some sort of overly flamboyant walking. So, I actually asked a cop about this as a kid. There are crosswalks at lights and stop signs that are safe places to cross where vehicles have to give you the right of way. The cop then said you are allowed to cross anywhere, but if you interrupt the flow of traffic, then that is jaywalking. I don't know if that's the law or just what the cop told me, but there you go. Do people really have air conditioners just hanging out of windows only held in place by the window if you right of way? The cop then said signs that are safe places to cross where vehicles have to give you the right of way. The cop then said you are allowed to cross anywhere, but if you interrupt the flow of traffic, then that is jaywalking. I don't know if that's the law or just what the cop told me, but
jaywalking, meaning cross or walk in the street or road unlawfully without regard for approaching traffic. You jaywalked across a busy 4-lane street. Okay. In Canada, jaywalking is legal until a pedestrian walking outside of designated pedestrian areas interfere with traffic. This means that a pedestrian who is crossing without a crosswalk, you must yield to motorists on. Oh! I always thought jaywalking was just if you cross the road on if you cross the road without not on the crosswalk and stuff. So I would always try to get to the crosswalk. I try. Sometimes in my definition I'll jaywalk, but I never obstruct traffic. But a lot of times I would try to get to the crosswalk. So that's what. Okay, crosswalk is for. It's for it's for later. But do not obstruct traffic. Interesting. That's what jaywalking is. Good to know. We learn something new every day.
There you go. Do people really have air conditioners just hanging out of windows only held in place by the window itself? It seems crazy unsafe. Yes, but window units are designed to be held in like that and are generally really safe when installed right. Is there really such a strict attitude towards teenagers drinking alcohol? In UK, 0 fricks are given. Legal drinking age is 21 nationwide, and if a teen gets caught by the cops, they can get in some pretty good trouble. Do the police really come to parties where people under the age of 21 are drinking and arrest everyone? Not arrest, but they will hand out citations to the easy targets. Mostly they just break it up. Do you guys seriously use those red cups at parties? Why not just drink straight out of the bottle or can?
Damn.
We do. They are cheaper to use than real cups, and usually kegs are present, which really aren't easy to pass around. Are the portions of food as big as everyone makes out? I've had a lot of people coming back from the States and tell me that the amount of food you get on a plate is insane. I'm not talking about fine dining here. I'm flying over in a little over a week, and I need to know if I should prepare myself. Pretty gosh darn good sized. Is it really flat, dry, and arid in some places? I've seen pictures or shows of colleges and towns that look like they're in the middle of nowhere and there are no hills or mountains for miles. Also, what is a Klondike bar? America is incredibly diverse. You name a climate and it's here somewhere. It can go from cold snow in the Rocky Mountains to the hot, dry desert of Phoenix. Yes, the desert looks just like the cartoons. Klondike bar is a hunk of ice cream covered in chocolate. This is a common novelty and comes in many forms. I haven't had one in years, but now I think I need one. Oh, you think you need one, eh?
This is
Well,
really
then
holding
tell
its
me,
trend, eh?
what would you do
This
for a
is really holding
Klondike
its
bar?
trend. What the hell?
My son ran
Fall!
outside to
Damn
start the
it!
ice cream truck yesterday. My Italian exchange student stuck her head out the bedroom window and yelled,
crazy,
"Oh
innit?
my, they do exist, just like the movies." Not European, but always wanted to know just how popular is this spray cheese in a can stuff over there in the US. It's called Cheese Whiz, I think. Do many people actually eat that, or is it a sometimes food? USA is the only place I've heard of that has this product. Asking the important questions today. Cheese Whiz comes in a jar. Easy Cheese is the stuff that comes in a spray can. Cheese Whiz is something that belongs on a Philly cheesesteak, fight me, and is best consumed at most once a year if you want to live a reasonably long life. Are weeks of paid
This
vacation
thing
really
really
that
just
uncommon?
going up, bro. I'm just
Yes,
out
the
here
average corporation
going
starts at
against this
5 paid
whole
days off per
uptrend,
year.
and I'm just
As you get
getting
promoted, you
destroyed.
graduate to 10 days, then 15, etc.
Shit.
But Americans don't take as many days off as Europeans do. Caucasian, is that just a term for white people? Yes, at least on official forms or if you're very PC. White is way more common for actual conversations. Have you really had that TiVo Telly on Demand thing for like 15 years? It came out in the UK like 3 years ago. What's going on? When it comes to watching as much TV as we can, I think us Americans have the rest of the world beat. Do you guys really pay everything when having dinner with a girl? That is
What's
pretty
TV?
typical when you first start dating since you're trying to woo the girl. Once you're in a relationship, things tend to get split a little more. If my girl and I do dinner and drinks, I'll typically pay for dinner, then we will go someplace else for drinks, and she'll pay. Why does everyone live in dormitories on campus at university? In Australia, that is pretty much completely unheard of. You either stay living at home or live in a shared house off campus. In Britain, we live on campus too. Then in second and
kinda
third
wanna
year,
lose
most
this
likely
account.
move to an off-campus house with me.
Let's start again.
There are actually some universities here in the
Let's start
States
this
that
400. Today
require
pissed me
you
off.
to live in the
Miss-
dormitory for the first 2 years you attend school there.
Shut
The
up, Mike.
reason is money.
Shut up.
Please like and subscribe if you've made it this far. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the video and have a wonderful day. The depiction of your high schools fascinates me. Do you really split yourselves up into clear groups like nerds, freaks, jocks, cool kids, stoners, and all that? Do you really walk around dressed up in those identikit costumes from the TV shows and only sit with and talk to the others of that group? Do bullies in your schools really have an entourage of yes men who act that sycophantically and be in the background like, yeah, when the bully says something? Do bullies really do overt stuff like trip kids up in lunch hall and spill their food trays or give them wedgies? And how on earth does this not end up in dozens of fistfights? We didn't have geeks as such when I was in school. People were slightly more well-rounded, lol. But I would say even the dorkiest, goofiest kid wouldn't just stand there and take that. Do you really have events where you gather the whole school in the gym and yell and sing songs about how great the school is with speeches and stuff for the sports team? Do the alphabetic government organizations whose acronyms nobody can keep track of really just wave a magic badge at people and get instant compliance and deference straight away? Yes, sometimes, only in movies, yes, and what? I'm sorry, did that person say only in movies to that person describing pep rallies? Because let me tell you, pep rallies were extremely real in my school, and I hated them. It's like my school learned how to show pride in itself from North Korea. Do you really live in shared rooms at university? I couldn't imagine sharing a room with a stranger past like 15
Guys,
years
I just
old.
blew my account.
Is there really that many obese people?
Let's calm. Shh. Stop talking, bro. I blew my account. I just blew my account, man. Obviously. I mean, it's up to you how you want to interpret it. But I blew my account, man. To me. What do we do here? Should we bring it back up to 400? Funny, hilarious. So this is basically like catching a falling knife, or in the opposite direction. You know, I've been catching a knife. I'm like, give me the knife. Let me hold it. Even this trade, I was even wavering to give. Remember, I was like, I wanted to reject up to here. If he had done that, it would have been a fair trade, but it didn't get there. It just closed up there. may not have been the best trade, you know. And I guess on the next candle for sure, I'll probably take the trade. So that's a fine trade. Might as well have just taken the one trade risk in here, which I'd have stopped out now. I mean, I'm still in the trade though. I haven't stopped out yet. But shit. What's the time? 12:30, please. 11:50. Bruh. Why is this thing just trash, man? So today should have been one trade win, one trade win, one trade win, and one trade lose. The lose will be here. Yeah, this one would have been the loss. Oh, two trades loss. So one loss here. 1, 2, 3 wins, and then one loss. So from 400, it should have been. It should have been. Let's see. Give me this thing, man. Are you stupid? 400 times 0.75 times 1.5 times 1 1.5 times 1.5, so 1,000, then times 0.75. So it would have been at like 760 after this loss. The loss hasn't occurred yet, but it's getting close. It may even happen. If I had like two, it has to be at 10 losses in a row. Oh, I had a bunch of losses today actually. I had like 4 losses today. So yeah, 400 went up to 450, came back down. So yeah, 400 went down to like 300, then came back up, and then stuff like that. Yeah. Shit. Bad trades. Bad trades. Should we refill the account? Maybe you should refill the account. Damn. Hmm. It's life, man. It's life. All good though. He. He.
Yes. Do you guys really like our accents that badly? Yes. Yes. I was always wondering if people really work so many hours, like far over 50 to 60 hours per week, up to 80 and more. Like bankers, lawyers, cops, and especially doctors, those working at hospitals, seem to have no life and be working night and day and always. I'm interested in any occupation. I only name those which I come across most on TV. Shown in pretty much in any TV show, Suits, Grey's Anatomy, any crime show. In Europe, most of these jobs would not even be allowed by law to work more than 38 to 40 hours per week, and we have so many bank holidays where everything apart from bars and restaurants is closed. So apart from 5-week holiday, do you get many bank holidays in addition? Edit. Thank you so much for the answers. I read them all and I'm very, very interested. So thanks for sharing. Typically, people in the US work 40 hours or less. We don't have as many days off, but there are people that work 100 plus hours. It really depends on the person and what they want to do. There are plenty of other factors like your home finances and what the job demands of people. I've worked jobs that took it as a given that you should be available to work well over 40 hours in a week if they asked you to, and they always asked. You see a lot of contradicting answers in this thread. That's because America is a large and diverse country. Things might be different from state to state and town to town. Is there really a social stigma against being an atheist? It depends on what area of the US you're in. In the Bible Belt, people care, but here in SoCal, no one gives a crap. Why are Americans obsessed with saying but all the time? Everything was bad but this or big but that, and every insult seemed to include but, e.g. butthole, jackbutt, etc. I'll refer you to Sir Mix-a-Lot, our national expert on all things but. Does everyone really
Yeah.
identify themselves as Irish American or Italian American or German American or whatever as opposed to just plain old American? The thing with America is that most people can trace their heritage back several generations. Since we can, it's not uncommon to have grandparents or great-grandparents that are immigrants. While many Americans have never been to their homeland, we know where it is. Plus, when you have Wen, Hernandez, and O'Doyle as good friends, it's easy to guess where everyone is from. Do all of your high schools have that corridor of lockers? I've never seen that in any schools around here, but in American movies, they're everywhere. Not anymore. I saw a question about university dorms. Are fraternities such a big deal? It is totally alien to me in Scotland. They can be, but it doesn't have to be. Some people join fraternities, most people don't. If high school really has the tendency to have some main groups who mainly hang out and sit together in the cafeteria, like there are the cheerleaders, the footballers, the nerds, the punks, the skater boys, etc. And I would like to know if girls are really so mean at high school. Like if one girl or group of girls is popular, she is really a B and treats other girls, maybe less pretty/nerdy, badly. Since I take more interest in culture and society, I really wonder if white Americans and African Americans are really not hanging out a lot together. Like, you have so many shows where all main characters are white. Uncle Charlie, Gilmore Girls, New Girls, OC California, well, almost any show. Which is maybe one token black or Indian or Latino guy. And you have shows where everyone is African American. Prince of Bel-Air, Bill Cosby Show, Everybody Hates Chris. I know little about how this is in school because I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota where my high school had as much diversity as a wedding dress shop. Was it a good idea to ask this question when it's currently 5 a.m. at the latest in the USA? America never sleeps. Please leave your story in the comments. I would love to make a video on them in the future. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. People who quit a job, what dumpster fire did you leave them? Didn't get a bonus because they felt the overtime I did paid me more than the bonus they gave to everyone else. I didn't know what to say to that, so after a few hours, I offered to get coffee for everyone. Then I left and never came back or contacted them again. I keep thinking that I should go back with coffee now that I've been gone 10 years and just act normal. Shoppers effing Drug Mart. I had simply asked for better hours after working ridiculous late night hours for over a year. Instead, they hired a new guy and gave him the exact hours I asked for and then had me train him. So when training wasn't going very well because the new guy was super slow, they blamed me for it. Now, I had a good standing with everyone at this store, but I didn't need shoppers, and I let a lot of crap slide every day. So again, when I asked for a vacation that I deserved because I was never sick and punctual as all hell, I was denied it, and the next day the manager had 4 weeks of vacation set. So to make it up to me, they offered me all these insane overtime shifts for the next 3 weeks. So
Wow.
I waited for the frozen deliveries to arrive that same day. The boss was packing up to go home, and when he said goodnight to me, I said, "But who is going to do this frozen delivery?" He laughed and said, "You are." So I replied, "Nope," and he became super cross, so I started laughing. "What are you laughing about?" he says. So I said, "F yourself. I quit." Now there was no one to finish the night shift. He immediately asked for the uniform. LOL. Nah, I said F yourself. I
Oh.
quit. I had never done that before or since. Uniform
That's
went in
nice.
the trash. I worked as a small engine repair tech for a large company. I'm also in the National Guard. I'd gotten hurt and needed physical therapy,
Your manager
and
had
1 or
it
2
in
days
for
a
this
month
guy.
I would have to miss
Honestly,
because of
sheesh.
an extended drill week.
That's
Well,
rude,
my
man.
boss didn't like that, and she decided that she would punish me by making me stay later than everyone else. She was punishing me for going to physical therapy for a workplace injury and for being a soldier. Now, you may be thinking having to stay late to keep up on your work doesn't sound like that much of a punishment. Normally, you would be right, but trust me, she was doing a lot more to make sure it was a punishment. Well, one day after being told that I was not given approval for the 1 day of vacation I asked for 3 months in advance to go see the eclipse,
So
and
I'm gonna be done trading now. What's time? 12:03. As you can see, well, we're up 700 yesterday. We took out 300 to we took out 300 to um buy a course, and now today we've basically lost 300 bucks. So I'm gonna leave this trade and see if it works. If it doesn't work, we stop out. Doesn't matter. But what would I say here? I'm probably gonna refill the account tomorrow with the same 300 that I took out. And so what that means is, um the profits I make from the uh prop firm account or whatever, the funded account, profits I make from there will not be counted towards this challenge. So um I did want it to be counted, but it's fine. It will not be counted towards this challenge, and that's it. We'll just continue with our 400 to 1 mil challenge. So we're basically still at 400 bucks. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. We're just gonna have to keep grinding. Shit, man, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Hate this. But it's all good. We'll keep grinding. We're gonna turn this 400 bucks to 1 mil, whether the devil likes it or not. I don't know what the devil did to me, but the devil didn't do anything to me. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna close this stream and we're gonna hold this trade. This is the only trade we're gonna hold. Okay, we're not gonna. We'll either break even, take profit, or lose the trade. So you guys will see that. I'll probably hop on later to do some back testing. Anyways, I'll show the trade later. I'm gonna go do my push-ups and the rest right now, and because I'm hungry, so I want to do the exercise real quick before I eat. and after that, I'm gonna get ready for going to work out later. Since today's Wednesday, we work out every other day. So Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday next workout, and then Sunday next workout, Tuesday next workout, Thursday next workout, just like that. My back is killing me. So next week Friday I have a massage. Can't wait, man. Wish I had enough money to go for a massage everywhere I felt like. But it is what it is. So yeah, let's see. Maybe by tomorrow we'll have to refill. This is gonna be our last trade because obviously I'm over trading and I'm going against an uptrend that is not coming down, and I'm just really over trading. So I need to not trade anymore, even though there's an opportunity, and just let it do what it wants to do because it's been horrible trading today. It's been back and forth unnecessarily. I should be more calm with my trades. It all started from that stupid breakout trade to the long side. It shouldn't have gone long. It should have been short. It was the opposite side. That was a bad mistake. And I would have lost that trade, but I would have lost that trade, yeah. But um, I would have taken the next trade and won, right? So it's fine. Um, and if we take those type of trades, we even actually risk. We're looking for what's it called, 3 to 5 hour on those trades. So there's that too, which is nice. Um, yeah. So we're just gonna get off now. All G, man.